Please rise for the entrance of the University Student Council maze. Good morning, honorable members of the General Legislative Council. As we gather here today, let's take a moment to reflect on the potential that lies ahead of us. In the spirit of new beginnings, I invite you to embrace the possibilities that await us. Let us engage in meaningful discussions about the challenges our fellow students face and explore solutions, whether it's enhancing campus facilities, improving academic resources, promoting advocacies, or fostering inclusivity. Our collective effort can lead to impactful outcomes. With our guiding mantra, where the gavel of proactive change meets the students' voices, let us unite in our mission to create a better future for Bicol University. Each of us plays an important role in this journey. That said, as the Chief Legislative Officer of the General Legislative Council for academic year 2025-2026, I hereby call this meeting to order. Before we proceed, I would like to request everyone to remain standing for the prayer and the singing of the Philippine National Anthem. Please take your seats.
Mary Grace, Edmund Julius Cubilia, Carla Veronica Latagan, Christine Cuite, Gio Alfonso Vega. Next is representatives of College of Business Economics and Management, starting with Jean-Marie Alimuin, Giro Kibral, Ira Federio, Edward Marceliana, Kyla May Nava, Micaela Angela Pupa, Vincent Lance Samson, Edmond Vista. Thank you. Representative of Dental Medicine, Frial Javen Del Castillo. Representatives of College of Education, Mary Claire Trix Boras, Allery Faith Cocatona, Cheska Gui, Franz Stephen Llanera, Carlo Martin Llanera. Industrial Technology, Jean Albert Bobiles, Diana Dioquino, Pearl Espinili, Greg Macalia, Charles Toledo. College of Law, Stacy Daniel Alamares, College of Nursing, Roshana Bufete, Axel Arnil Gascon, College of Science, Alicia Faith Alcazar, Emmanuel Bongalon, J. Ferwin Sese, CSSP, Russell Dave Advincola, Keen Climacosa, Nicole Pastor, Ivan Rosero, Joberto Rinueva, BU Edea, Ray Nicole Alosilio, Kristen Joy Ascutia, Crystal Janelle Cadiz, BU IPSR, Hannah May Fegason, Remy Mancera, Daniel Mark San Agustin, Robredo Geoffrey Nicolas Opeña, BU Gobat, Princess Anne Enrera, Nico Garan, Alexander Luisa Licup, BU Ginobatan, Micah Buere, Clarence Adrian Colyao, Leyna De Chavez, LJ Mirafuentes, June Michael Ventura, BU Tabaco, Jasper Belgar, Justin Belgar, Hazel Ann Bongalos, Catherine Casaul, Mariel Joy Ranyola, BU Polangi, Rainiel Bendanya, Jason Ortega, Jen Antoinette Marie Sherda. Janelle Valreal. Next are the CSC presidents. Cyril Ann Luzon, Roger De La Torre, Rica Marie Labao, Marina Belista, Jureen Dominic Sese, Justin Harme, Dexter Gulimlim, Mary Antoinette Perez, Jonathan Anton Lavapie, Jane Claire Martinez, Isha Claire Mendones, James Harold Lim, Jacob Amano, James Ryan Luna, Wilfredo Bonaobra, Avil Blaze Bueno. Next are the UBO presidents and chairperson. Starting with Kobe Sampaga, Eduardo Manuel Pares, Louis Fontanar, Kirsten Jasper Olequino, Ralph Lawrence Dado, Odi J. Ante, Alina Caramoan, Alessandra Altavano, Carl Francis Moron, Lara May Binyas, Helen Grace Duque, Edward Diego Marcaida, Kylo J. Engera, Ivan Angelo Llorando, Patrick Gerard Gavito, Rovic Mapa, Mark Lawrence Esurenya, Russell Fresnido, Princess Anne Ruste, Chasey Adriana Parillo, Tanya Rubio, Pimentel Paula Angela, Maria Juliana Burak, Luisito Gonzalez, RC Albert Cruz, Justin Val Salazar, Alexandra May Montesor, Adernado Cabalbag, Daniela Marie Baira, Kyle Emil Esparago, Nemuel Rehuso, Satomi Camila Bueno, Ira Shane Canyaveral, Paul Benedict Pan, Miles Owen Valladolid, Kirby Maloles, RG Llorera, Joey Elaine Codia, Liz Valerie Miraflor, Trixie May Busa, Nicolette Joy Valencia, Russell Dave Advincola, Fred Paulo Villa, Jake Dasir, Axel Arnil Gascon, Cheska Borlagdan, Leslie Ann Palias, Stephanie Mercader, Willem Ted Mandak. Next are the ex-officio officers, starting with the EICs, James Edward Tambobong, Saina Marie Chongso, Mark Francis Toriano, Lara Faye Albaitar, Ed Christian Gese, Kimberly Jane Soliestre, Marwin Olikino, Ronald Assis, Jason Enebrad, Giovanni Candigo, Hermione Liagas, Arjan Garilao, Wen Marvin Nabor, Alexa Torrente, Romar Bisco. Next, the USC officers, Calio Benbron, Justin David Reynoso, Aizel Manata, Janely Competente, Elzon Olandria, Daniel De Mesa, Denmark Here Leopardas, Camia May Viralio, Lawrence Saison, John Sander Aban. Let's go back to Bill Tabaco as Belgar, Justin Belgar, Hazel Ann Bongalos, Catherine Casaul, Mariel Joy Ranyola, Wilfredo Bonaobra. A moment, please. Next chair, there are out of 66 college student council out of 66 college student council representatives, we have 39 attendees. Out of 18 College Student Council presidents, we have 11 attendees. Out of 49 university-based organization presidents, we have 20 attendees. Out of 15 editors-in-chief, we have 5 attendees. And out of 10 University Student Council Executive Committee, we have 8 attendees. Overall, we have 83 out of 157 attendees. $70 of which are voting members and 13 of which are ex officio members. The Constitution and bylaws requires 50% plus 1 of the total members of the legislature to attain a quorum. Therefore, with the power vested in me as the Secretary General, I therefore declare the existence of the quorum, proclaim the validity of this meeting, and can carry its agenda. Next, Chair.
Thank you, Madam Secretary. Proceeding, let us now have the adoption of House rules. Ms. Secretary General, you are once again recognized.
Thank you, Mixed Chair. Honorable members of this council, the following are the House rules. Number 1, registration. Members must register at the Bicol University Food Innovation and Commercialization Center and arrive at least 15 minutes before the official start of the general speak during the assembly only with the approval of the Chief Executive Officer. The use of vernacular languages is permitted with the presiding officer's approval. Speaking without prior permission shall be ruled out of order. Convention hours. Members are required to be at the venue 15 minutes before the roll call. The assembly will run from 8 a.m. to 5 p.m. unless officially extended or postponed. Parliamentary rules. Basic parliamentary procedures must be observed to ensure an orderly and efficient session. This includes adherence to the quorum, the proper process of raising points, presenting matters, debating, adopting, and voting on motions or resolutions. Quorum. A minimum of 80 participants constitutes a quorum for the assembly to proceed. Failure to secure a quorum will delay the session. Repeated or undue absences that prevent quorum will negatively affect the assembly's progress. Respect. Members must always observe proper decorum and etiquette. Offensive language, inappropriate materials, and interruptions during discussions are strictly prohibited. Any act of disrespect during the assembly shall be subject to appropriate sanctions. 7. Rules on discussion and debate. A maximum of 3 speakers from the proponents and 3 speakers from the General Legislative Council members will be allowed. Each speaker is allotted 2 minutes to present their case. The total time for discussion and debate shall not exceed 12 minutes. Mixed Chair, as a member of the General Legislative Assembly, I move for the adoption of the House rules.
There is a motion to adopt the House rules for our GLC sessions. Do we have a second? Motion has been seconded. Are there any discussions? Hearing none, let's proceed to voting. Those who are in favor of the House rules, say aye. Those who are against it, say nay. The ayes have it. The motion to adopt the House rules as presented is carried. Proceeding, let us now have the adoption of the order of business. Ms. Secretary General, you are recognized.
In order to ensure that discussions shall flow smoothly, the following order of business must be followed: processional, call to order, preliminaries, roll call, certification of quorum, adoption of House rules, adoption of agenda, adoption of implementing rules and regulations, reading of the minutes of the previous meeting, BUSC financial standing, privileged speech of the chairperson of student region, election of GLC officers, and new business. The new business are as follow: Resolution number 1, Series of 2025, a resolution establishing semestral maintenance and evaluation of classrooms that needs urgent reconditioning to ensure a learning conducive environment for students. Resolution number 2, Series of 2025, a resolution mandating the strategic installation of trash cans and strengthening the implementation of the waste management mechanism in all campuses of Bicol University. Resolution number 3, Series of 2025, a resolution establishing the baseline archival standard for student organizations through the creation and implementation of a centralized digital archiving and record management system for all recognized student organizations anchored on the OASIS standard ISO 147-21-2025, and entrusting the College of Engineering Student Council lead its formulation in collaboration with relevant university body. Resolution number 4, Series of 2025, a resolution enjoining all college student councils of Bicol University to implement student rights and welfare or straw-centered programs and activities in support of student development and the United Nations Sustainable Development Goals, or SDG. Resolution number 5, Series of 2025, a resolution repealing Resolution number 2, Series 2024, a resolution revising the Constitution and bylaws of the University Student Council, creating the Constitutional Convention that will draft the proposed Constitution and bylaws. Resolution number 6, Resolution number 6 of 2025, a resolution establishing the Bicol University Commission on Student Extension that constitutes the new business, followed by the other matters, announcements, and adjournment. Mixed Chair, as a member of the General Legislative Council Assembly, I move for the adoption of the order of business.
There is a motion to adopt the order of business for today's session. Do we have a second? Motion has been seconded. Are there any discussions to the motion? Hearing none, let's proceed to voting. Those who are in favor of the order of business as presented, please raise your hand. Again, those who are in favor of the order of business as presented, please raise your hand. Any university councilor can assist in the counting of votes. Those who are against the motion to adopt the order of business as presented, please raise your hand. Madam Secretary, please announce the votes.
There are 76 affirmative votes and 0 negative votes.
With 76 affirmative votes, the motion to adopt the order of business as presented is carried. Our next agenda is the approval of the implementing rules and regulations of the General Legislative Council. It has already been disseminated and reviewed by the honorable members of the General Legislative Council. Therefore, the floor is now open for clarifications, comments, or concerns regarding the implementing rules and regulations. Once again, those who would raise clarifications, comments, or concerns regarding the implementing rules and procedures, the floor is now open. Hearing none, Madam Secretary.
Mixed Chair, a member of the General Legislative Assembly, I move for the adoption of the implementing rules and regulations.
There is a motion to adopt the IRR for today's session. Do we have a second? Motion has been seconded. Are there any discussions? Hearing none, let's proceed to voting. Those who are in favor of adopting the IRR as disseminated, please raise your hand. Once again, those who are in favor of the IRR as disseminated, please raise your hand. University councilors, please assist. Those who are against the motion to adopt the IRR as disseminated, please raise your hand. Madam Secretary, for votes.
There are 85 affirmative votes and 0 negative votes.
Can you repeat, Madam Secretary?
There are 85 affirmative votes and 0 negative votes.
With 85 affirmative votes, the motion to adopt the IRR as disseminated is carried. Proceeding, let's have the reading and approval of the minutes of the previous GLC Assembly.
Mixture, may I be recognized?
Yes, you are recognized.
Since the minutes of the previous meeting was already posted and circulated last April 23, 2025, and was sent to the new GLC members on October 14, 2025, and to save time in consideration of our business, I move to dispense the reading of the minutes of the previous assembly.
There is a motion to dispense the reading of the minutes of the previous assembly. Do I hear any second? Motion has been seconded. Are there any discussions? Hearing none, let's proceed to voting. Those who are in favor of dispensing the reading of the minutes of the previous assembly, please say aye. Those who are against the motion, please say nay. The ayes have it. The motion to dispense the reading of the minutes of the previous assembly is carried. Madam Secretary. Apologies. It has been moved and seconded, so we will proceed. There being no corrections with the minutes, they stand approved as disseminated. For the next agenda, the finance officer is recognized to present the financial standing of the BUUSC as of October 2025. Do note that this presentation is for information and discussion and not for adoption. Madam Finance Officer. Please wait as the technical committee is preparing the file or the presentation of the finance officer. Kindly still observe proper decorum as we wait. Again, kindly observe proper decorum as we wait for the presentation of the BUUSC finance officer.
Hello. Thank you, Mr. Chair. So, I am Daniel De Mesa, the Finance Officer of the BUUSC, and I am going to present the USC financial standing as of October 2025. So, we have a total of 22,498 pesos point 76 cents. The total turnover funds from the previous council by the previous finance officer, Mr. Yancy Bermas. And we have collected a total of 45,878 pesos from the unpaid USC fee from the academic year 2024 to 2025. And we have, this is our first expense po, the disbursement of for seals and plates. The accountable officer for this is Ms. Aizal Manata, the previous business manager, which is amounting to 15,000 pesos. And we have expenses of 1,177 pesos for our June 2025 maintenance and other operating expense. And for our Rainbow Parade 2.0, which happened last June 28, we have an expense po of 8,452.75. And for August 2025 MOE, 13,305.50. And for our Kabataang Makabayan, which happened po noong at August 12, 2025, 3,610 pesos. And for the remittance of the seals and plates batch 1 profit from our business manager, Mix Lauren Saison, meron po tayong nakuhang 43,735 pesos, and nag-start na po mag-remit ang SENG, which is amounting po for overall po 17,892 pesos, and sa CDM po 3,556 pesos, and from BU Gubat po 21,532 pesos, and from IPSR 29,652 pesos, and ang sa BU Chela po, which happens last September 23 to 24, na amounting to 97,670 pesos. And for our September 2025 MOE, 17,307 pesos. And nagbigay po tayo ng cash assistance sa bar ops, which is amounting to 2,000 pesos. And for our partial payment po for our official acknowledgement receipts, which is amounting to 4,500 pesos. And for the travel allowance for BOR ng ating chairperson and student leader, which is amounting to 5,000 pesos. And nag-remit na po ang College of Nursing, which is to 17,892 pesos. And for the USC PAPSAS delegates, nagbigay po tayo ng travel allowance kay Mix Aizal and Mix Kyle, which is amounting to 11,000 pesos. And nag-repeat na po ang JMRAGD ng 5,516 pesos. And we have received also a payment from the previous term, which is amounting to 10,000 pesos. And dinisburse lang din po siya natin ulit for the payment ng seals and plates. And sa load assistance po natin last Bagyong Opong for the BUenos, it 5,270 pesos. And nag-donate po tayo sa BU Lawod ng 1,000 pesos. And nag-remit na rin po ang College of Education ng 37,660 pesos. And remit na din po ang ating business manager for the seals and plates batch 2 to 3 ng profit, 5,257 pesos. And for the printing naman po ulit ng ating official receipts, 5,500 pesos. And for this opening session po ng ating GLC, nag-alat po tayo ng 10,000 pesos. So Ang total pong inflow ng as of October 2025 is 261,068 pesos and 76 cents, and outflow po of 231 pesos 949.85 cents. So we have the total cash on hand po of 29,118.91 pesos. So we have the new USC fee is structure po. So that's the legal basis po of our new USC fee structure. Article 15, the funds. Section 1, the funds of the University Student Council shall come from the Student Council Fund collected every enrollment in each semester, 30% of which shall go directly to the council, while the remaining shall accrue to the respective college student council. So, ngayon po, ang alternative computation po natin is that ang ililess po natin sa current po natin kinokollect ngayon na 220 pesos, ang 20 pesos dahil po sa insurance fee po siya and hindi po siya kasama sa base fare ng ating funds. And also, yung 2 pesos po for ID validation fee is inalis na din po natin siya because it is remitted din po sa ating mga college registrar. So, ang ano po nito is yung 28 pesos, hindi na din po natin siya isasama doon kasi yun po ang kino-collect ng previous councils. It was based po sa resolutions last councils po. So, ang bale po, ang net student council fee po natin is 170 pesos, and yun po ang magiging base natin. It will be multiplied to 30% with the resulting po sa correct amount natin na 51 pesos. So doon po natin nakuha ang additional 23 pesos for the USC fee. So ang new fee breakdown po natin is sa insurance fee, resolution na din po siya. We have a resolution for this na kokodyan pa rin po ang ating insurance company for this academic year. Per student, we will collect 20 pesos, and for ID validation fee, good for 2 semesters, 2 pesos po. And then sa CSC fee, or yung ating base or standard, is 170 pesos, and then ang currently po na standing fee po natin is 28, and then sa adjustment or yung dagdag is 23 pesos, which is ang total po nito is 243 pesos. So, next po is the remittance per unit, since nag-start na din po mag-remit ang ating mga colleges. This is based po sa ating Financial Policy Code, which pinirmahan po ng ating mga CSC presidents nung 4th coordination meeting po namin. So sa first tranche po, we will collect 70% po of the total amount po nung CSC ng USC fee po per college until po sa last working day of November 2025. And sa second tranche po is the remaining 30%. Magko-collect po kami and magsiset po kami ng deadline until the last working day of February 2026. So that will be po sa second semester na natin. Since may additional po tayong 23, and yung mga CSC treasurers po natin ay mag-a-adjust po doon sa ating. So this is the collection po natin per college. So sa BU Gubat, nakapag-collect na po tayo ng 54.9% from them, from their total population. So that is amounting to 21,532, and currently po, hindi pa po sa atin nakakapag-remit ang BU Ginobatan, Pulangi, Tabaco, Sebem, Cal, and sa CDM po, same po sa percentage ng Gubat with their total population po na 54.9%, which is amounting to 3,556. And sa Seng po, 15.5%, which is amounting to 17,892. And hindi pa po sa atin nakapag-remit ang CE and SIT. So, and next po, ang CL and CM, CS, CSSP, IDEA, hindi pa po sila din start mag-remit ng kanilang USC fee. Pero po sa CN, nakapag-collect na po tayo sa total population po nila ng 54.9%, amounting to 17,892 pesos. And sa BUIPSR po, same po ng percentage sa kanilang total population, 54.9%, 29,652 pesos. And sa JMRAGD po, na 36.2%, which is amounting to 5,516 pesos. So kung napapansin nyo po, ang percentage na po ito is from the USC fee lang po, and hindi po kasama ang sa insurance fee dahil ibang breakdown naman po yon. So next po is sa insurance fee. So ang colleges na po to is remit na po ng full sa atin na sa USC ng kanilang insurance fee, except po sa College of Engineering. So ang College of Dental Medicine, BioGubat, IPSR, Tobacco, Nursing, Medicine, JMRAGD, CBEM, and CSSP, na-remit na po sa ating insurance company ang kanilang insurance fee po for this academic year. So that would be all for the financial standing of the USC as of October 2025.
Thank you, Madam Finance Officer. The floor is now open for any discussion and clarification regarding the financial standing of the USC as of October 2025. Again, the floor is now open for any discussion and clarification regarding the financial standing of the USC as of October 2025. Hearing none, having the financial standing presented and discussed, let's proceed to our next agenda. Moving forward, before we have the privileged speech of the chairperson and student regent, just an announcement to everyone that we will continue in this assembly and that we have already asked permission from the relevant authorities, and we were allowed to continue until 3 p.m. So please cooperate with one another so that we can promptly carry out the order of business of this General Legislative Council opening session. Thank you. Moving forward to our next matter, honorable legislators.
Okay. Parliamentary inquiry, Mr. Chair, given in the proposal that you have forwarded to us via the GLC is the committee reports. During our meeting, we have discussed that committee reports from the other committees would not be read today. Therefore, Mr. Chair, may we request the committees to furnish very small detailed committee report na lang po sa ating General Legislative Council GC for update lang po sa amin. That would be all. Thank you.
That is a manifestation duly noted. Thank you. Next, we have the honorable legislators. I present to you Mix Kyle Rubenbron, the chairperson and student regent, for his privileged speech.
Thank you, Mr. Presiding Officer. Our Chief Legislative Officer, thank you very much. Let me just set up. All right. Good morning, honorable members of this august General Legislative Council, my esteemed colleagues in the University Student Council, the presidents of the college student councils, the duly elected representatives of our academic units, the presidents of recognized university-based organizations, the editors-in-chief of our student publications, Mr. Presiding Officer, distinguished members of this council. Before I formally begin, I would like to beg your indulgence because this is a lengthy speech which will cover the areas the questions that need answers. I rise today on a matter of personal and collective privilege. It is my solemn duty as the chairperson of the University Student Council and the student regent of this university to give voice not only to my own conscience, but to the conscience of the students I represent. We live in an age where the very ideals that bind humanity, peace, justice, and solidarity are being tested by the rising tides of corruption, inequality, and discord. The world watches as democracies falter, as truth bends under the weight of manipulation, and as the cries of the people are too often drowned by the noise of politics. Our nation today is like a great ship caught in a storm. The winds of deception and apathy batter its sails, and its compass, our moral compass, trembles under the weight of corruption and fear. But amid that storm, there remains a force strong enough to steady the ship, the Filipino youth, who are the inheritors of this republic, and so we cannot remain passengers. We must take the helm. We must steer toward a horizon where justice, truth, and dignity prevail. The recent anomalies surrounding the flood control projects have shaken the people's faith in our institutions. Billions of pesos, funds meant to protect communities from the rising waters, have instead been drowned in corruption. What was meant to safeguard lives has become a monument of greed. Many now speak in anger and despair, saying that in our country, justice flows not like a river, but like a trickle that only touches those in power. The poor must wade through the flood of bureaucracy, while the corrupt sail smoothly on boats of influence. Kolektibong nananawagan ang iba't ibang sektor, lalo na ang mga kabataan, na ang katiwalian ay hindi lamang paglabag sa batas. Ito ay paglapastangan sa dangal ng bayan dahil sa bawat pisong ninanakaw, may pamilyang nagugutom. Sa bawat kontratang nilulustay, may mamamayang pinagsasamantalahan. Sa bawat kasinungalingan tinatago, may katotohanang pinapatay. The issue surrounding the flood control corruption is but the tip of the iceberg. If this is the rot we uncover in one institution alone, what horrors might we find should we cast the light of scrutiny upon all others? What if we were to examine every bureau, every agency, every project conducted under the banner of public service? The magnitude of deceit we might uncover could well reveal that what we face is not an isolated case, but rather a symptom of a deeper systematic decay. And in the face of that situation, the University Student Council has never been and will never be silent in confronting the social injustices that plague our society. In every cry for justice, in every call for truth, and in every struggle for transparency, the Council stands firm as the voice of the PUNUs. As the citizen of this country and your chairperson and student regent, I stand with the nation and with the students of Bicol University in condemning every act of corruption that robs the people of progress and peace. I share in your anger, in your dismay, and in your longing for genuine accountability and reform. Thus, we issue the solemn call to all our student councils, campus organizations, and youth movements across the nation. Let us unite in the cause of good governance and accountability. Hindi sapat ang manahimik o manood mula sa gilid habang ang katiwalian ay patuloy na bumubulok sa ating mga institusyon. Tayo, bilang kabataan ay may pananagutang maging tinig ng katotohanan at haligi ng katapatan. Walang pagbabago kung walang pagkilos. And our generation must now be the one to act with courage, with integrity, and with conviction. Tayo ang susunod na magmamana ng pamahalaan at ng lipunang ito. Kaya tungkulin nating siguraduhin ito ay mas maging makatarungan, mas tapat, at mas makatao dahil ang tunay na pag-ibig sa bayan ay hindi bulag sa pagsunod, kundi handang ipaglaban ang tama. At sa gitna ng lahat ng ito, naroroon ang tungkulin ko bilang nag-iisang rehente ng mag-aaral na maging tanglaw ng prinsipyo, tagapagtanggol ng karapatan, at tinig ng aming mga kapwa. Kami ay hindi lamang tagapagpatupad ng mga proyekto o tagapag-organisa ng mga kaganapan dahil kami ay kabahagi ng demokratikong pamumuno sa loob ng pamantasan. Tungkulin naming itaguyod ang kalayaan sa pagpapahayag, ipagtanggol ang karapatan ng bawat estudyante, at ipaalala sa lahat na ang ating universidad ay duyan ng tapang at kritikal na pag-iisip. So to my fellow student leaders, let us rise not only as students but as citizens. Let us speak not only for our peers but for a generation that refuses to be silenced. Let us lead not for ourselves but for the truth that outlives us all. The politics in our country without a doubt has divided this nation. We have been made to see one another not as fellow Filipinos but as colors in conflict, pink, yellow, red, blue, or white. Subalit walang kulay ang katotohanan at walang partido ang kabutihan. Truth bears no color. Righteousness belongs to no faction. Politics at its purest form should not be about power. It is not about who shouts the loudest, but who listens the deepest. It is not about colors clashing, but about a nation healing. For what good are red or blue, pink or yellow if the flag that binds us all is left torn and stained? Walang kulay ang dangal. Kaya bilang isang institusyon ng mas mataas na edukasyon, ang ating pamantasan ay dapat manindigan laban sa tahasang katiwalian. We must stand firm against blind allegiance and moral compromise. If our institutions cannot defend the truth, then it ceases to be a sanctuary of learning. It becomes a mere echo chamber of power. Our classrooms must not only mold minds, but awaken spirits. Our councils must not only lead, but enlighten. Our voices must not only speak, but inspire. We, the students, are the conscience of this university. And this university, in turn, must be the conscience of the nation. When politics divides, we must unite. When truth is silenced, we must speak. When fear dictates the narrative, we must stand as its opposition. Fellow BUenos, time and time again, I understand your concern and your disappointments. Hence, our office is doing its best to relay your concerns to our officials to make them know your grievances, concerns, and disappointments. I have heard and understood and shared in your concerns. The clamor of the student body does not fall on deaf ears. Rest assured that the University Student Council, in faithful observance of its mandate as the primary representative of the studentry, has been diligently exerting all efforts to convey, articulate, and elevate your collective grievances, concerns, and sentiments to the appropriate university authorities. We have continuously engaged in dialogue, correspondence, and formal consultations with concerned offices to ensure that your voices are not only heard, but acted upon in accordance with due process, transparency, and accountability. It is a firm commitment that no issue raised by the student shall be dismissed without due consideration. nor shall any decision be made without recognizing the rights and welfare of those we are sworn to serve. We are the main clientele of this university and this institution, and our voice deserves not only to be heard, but to be amplified. Mr. Chair, it is no longer unfamiliar to any institution such as ours to be the subject of scrutiny or criticism. The University Student Council and the Office of the Student Regent are, after all, human institutions composed of individuals who are not immune from error or imperfection. We acknowledge with utmost candor that the Council has faced various challenges in the present and past terms, challenges that at times have tested the trust and confidence reposed in us by the student body. We recognize the validity of your concerns and the value of your constructive criticisms, for these serve not as a tax upon our institution, but as instruments of accountability that remind us of the solemn duty entrusted to us by our constituents. Because of that, the Council has initiated and implemented a series of internal reforms aimed at restoring integrity, transparency, and efficiency in our operations, most prominently in terms of our finances. These reforms are made to correct past shortcomings and to ensure that the USC remains a credible, responsive, and principled body that truly reflects the voice and will of the students it represents. We do not claim perfection, but we claim sincerity. And in that sincerity, we find the courage to confront our shortcomings, the humility to learn from them, and the resolve to rise stronger in service of the student body. Some may say that we are not doing enough, and we hear you. We take no offense in your criticism, for it is through your voices that we are reminded of the essence of representation. Your discontent is not a disruption to our work. It is a reminder of the duty we owe. It is proof that our student body remains vigilant, participative, and courageous enough to demand better, as we all should. We do not shy away from these calls. Rather, we embrace them as catalysts for change. Leadership, especially within a democratic institution, must always be receptive, reflective, and reformative. The University Student Council is not and must never be a body that insulates itself from the people it represents. It must be an institution that listens even when it is uncomfortable, that acts even when it is inconvenient, and that stands even when it is unpopular. Mr. Chair, this academic year, guided by our ALAB agenda, we commit to revamping not only the USC, but the very perception of students toward it. Our service will no longer be confined to the four corners of our campus. Our vision will extend outward to the communities that surround us, to the society that molds us, to the greater humanity we are called to impact. Reforms are underway across our internal departments. First, this academic year marks a turning point for our legislative body. What we witness today in this very session is proof that we are committed to a more productive, deliberative, and reform-oriented General Legislative Council. Under the leadership of the Internal Vice Chairperson, the streamlining of legislative procedures and documentation has become a primary agenda. For the first time after many years, we have launched the COMU series, Bridging the University for Humanity to the Community, a flagship community extension initiative led by the External Vice Chairperson and the Deputy Secretary General. This endeavor is the living embodiment of our belief that the university does not exist in isolation from society, but it is accountable to the larger communities that nurture and sustain it. Through this initiative, we aim to bridge the gaps between the student and the citizen. Our Secretary General has likewise taken up a monumental task to establish a seamless archiving system for the Council. We recognize that documents are not dead papers, but the living memory of our institution. They are precedents, lessons, and legacies. By preserving these records, we ensure that what we build today shall not perish tomorrow. That those who will one day sit where we now sit may learn and carry forward the torch of reform. The finance officer, the deputy finance officer, and our auditor have committed themselves to the highest standards of fiscal transparency and integrity. No longer shall financial undertakings be shrouded in secrecy. No longer shall suspicion be allowed to taint the noble work of representation. The students whose fees sustain this council have every right to know how each peso is collected, disbursed, and accounted for, as evidenced by our constant reporting to our college student councils in each coordination meeting we conduct. As taxpayers demand accountability from government, so too must we, as student leaders, demand accountability from ourselves. And let me state for the record, we will not conceal, we will not equivocate, and we will not obscure. Very recently, we have approved the Financial Policy Code alongside the College Student Council presidents and treasurers to guide the financial operation of the USC, and this is the first time this has been done. Our business manager has envisioned creating a stronger Tindahan ni Isko to provide affordable merchandise to our fellow students, while at the same time generating sustainable income to finance our extension programs and our advocacy-driven initiatives. We believe that councils, like governments, must innovate to survive, must create to sustain, and must always return the fruits of their labor to the very people who empowered them. Our public information officer stands ready to ensure that timely, accurate, and truthful information reaches every student. In an age where misinformation spreads faster than truth, this role becomes not only administrative, but moral. Information is power. The students deserve clarity and not confusion. As we now enter the second quarter of our term, the Council and the Office of the Student Regent have made deliberate efforts to ensure that every undertaking we initiate is grounded on purpose and guided by our principle. From the moment we assumed office on May 26, 2025, we made it our solemn commitment to ensure that every program and every decision we undertake shall be anchored upon the genuine needs and aspirations of the student body. As your University Student Council chairperson and student regent, I have endeavored to ensure that the voice of the students is heard and genuinely felt in tables I sit. During the 149th regular meeting of the Board of Regents, which marked my first official participation as student regent, I took part in the passage of the comprehensive rules and procedures in handling red tagging cases, a landmark policy designed to protect our community, especially the students, from threats and intimidation. My concurrent memberships in the Academic Council, Administrative Council, the University Finance Academic, Research and Extension Committees have afforded me the opportunity to contribute to the future trajectory or direction of the university so as to ensure that student welfare, academic freedom, and participatory governance remain at the center of institutional policy making. Beyond the university, I also sit as a member of the Local Youth Development Council of Legazpi City, where we actively participate in crafting the comprehensive youth development plan, aligning our initiatives in Bicol University with a broader vision of youth empowerment in our city. Moreover, pursuant to an administrative order from the Office of the University President, I have been designated as a member representing the student sector in the Technical Working Group in the evaluation of the equity policy on admissions, acting under the directive of the Board of Regents to ensure fair and equitable access to higher education. In addition, I serve as a member of the University Committee on Decorum and Investigation, where my primary duty as student representative is to safeguard fairness, ensure due process, and uphold the rights and welfare of students in disciplinary and administrative proceedings. Relative to our activities, we have successfully conducted the second installment of the Rainbow Parade, Love Freely and Love Safely, a campaign championing inclusivity and awareness of sexual and reproductive rights, organized in partnerships with almost 40 organizations. We also forged collaborations with the Bicol University General Alumni Association Incorporated for partnerships and the International Relations Office for the forthcoming first ever International Student Conference to be hosted by Bicol University. We have also successfully conducted the student governance training in partnership with the College Student Councils, an initiative which aims to strengthen the foundations of student leadership across the university. We partnered with the National Youth Commission during the Kabataang Makabayan celebrating youth power for nation building, which reaffirmed our commitment to national development through youth engagement. During Biuchela, the university welcome party, we staged a peaceful protest during the parade, the first in many years, to remind everyone that student celebration must also coexist with student assertion. Yours truly likewise participated in the stakeholders dialogue organized by the Commission on Human Rights to strengthen our advocacy for human dignity and participatory discourse. Very recently, we also conducted a seminar on CommuSeries in collaboration with the Extension Management Division to empower student organizations to conceptualize and implement community-driven programs and outreach projects. In my capacity as student regent, I have also engaged in dialogues and consultations with national youth organizations and government offices, including the National Union of Students of the Philippines, Kabataan Party List, and the Office of the Congresswoman Reneco to bring the concerns of Bicol University students to the broader legislative and policymaking arena. Aside from these initiatives, we regularly convene meetings with the college student councils to ensure active participation in the formulation of projects and the planning of the council's future undertakings. These meetings likewise serve as a venue for transparency and accountability, where we present and discuss the current financial standing and expenditures of the University Student Council to uphold our collective commitment to sound fiscal management. In the coming months, we are set to rebrand and overhaul the conduct of the Mr. and Miss Bicol University pageant, transforming it into a platform that genuinely celebrates diversity, inclusivity, and empowerment. This reform seeks to eliminate all forms of discrimination and restrictive policies that have, in previous years, hindered the participation of certain students. Moreover, we shall be launching a series of significant projects this November and December and throughout the second semester of the academic year. Mr. Chair, esteemed colleagues, these reforms, initiatives, and partnerships are not ends in themselves. They are means to reclaim the confidence of our students, to restore the dignity of this council, and to prove that leadership is not a privilege of the few, but a sacred trust of the many. We have much to do, and even more to prove. But if we are to rebuild the faith once lost, it must begin with transparency, accountability, and a rebranded commitment to serve, not as leaders above the students, but as leaders among them. And so I declare, before this honorable body, the University Student Council shall no longer be remembered for the controversies of the past, but for the courage of its present. We shall not be defined by scandals, but by service. We shall not be weakened by division, but strengthened by unity. And history, when it renders its judgment, will see that we chose the harder path, the path of reform, of transparency, and of unyielding service to the students of Bicol University. History, impartial and unyielding, may one day sit in judgment upon me, whether I shall be remembered as a reformer who dared to change, or merely as a survivor who endured the tides of resistance. That verdict is not mine to dictate, but let it never be inscribed in the history of the Council that I did not strive. Let it never be said that I faltered in the face of duty. Let it never be recorded that I shrank from the solemn responsibilities entrusted to me by the sovereign will of the studentry. To my fellow legislators, to the leaders of our college student councils of our organizations, and to the editors of our publications, to all who bear the sacred trust of representation, we are not here for ourselves. We are here because the students of Bicol University, in their collective wisdom, vested in us the sovereign authority and the burden of accountability. It is true that there will be days when the weight of this office feels heavier than the recognition it brings. When criticisms pierce deeper than gratitude heals. Yet, in those moments, we must remember we are here not because the path is easy. We are here because the students deserve a leadership that does not yield to convenience nor bends to pressure but stands with conviction. So when history calls our names, not as individuals but as a generation, may it find that we have done justice to the trust given to us. May it find that we did not merely occupy these positions but honored them, that we did not merely lead but listened, that we did not only speak but stood. In the end, the measure of our service will not be found in the titles we held, the positions we occupied, or the meetings we attended. It will be found in the difference we dared to make, in the truths we chose to defend, and in the people whose lives were changed because we refused to remain silent. The billions stolen from our nation's wealth are stolen classrooms, stolen futures, and stolen hopes. And so when we rise against corruption, we are not only fighting a political evil, but defending the soul of our nation. The call of our time is clear: to build a university that molds not only thinkers, but defenders of democracy. A studentry that not only studies freedom, but lives it. A generation that refuses to inherit the failures of the past and instead dares to write a better future. And as long as we have breath to speak, ink to write, and hearts to serve, we shall continue to stand unyielding, unafraid, and unwavering in our faith that for as long as Bicol University stands, so too shall its students, brave, principled, and unbroken, ever ready to lead, ever ready to serve, ever ready to rise. May justice, service, and truth always guide us all. Thank you.
Thank you to our chairperson and student regent. May your speech continue to emanate as light to our guide to our service as student leaders. Moving forward, we will now open the election for the GLC officers, which are the pro tempore majority floor leader, minority floor leader, and 3 sergeant at arms. Considering the pre-nominations were posted before the assembly, the Secretary General will read the list of pre-nominees, but formal nominations are to be made on the floor. Let's start with the pro tempore. Ms. Secretary General, you are recognized.
Here are the pre-nominees for pro tempore, starting with John Albert Bobiles, and Russell Advincola, and Justin Hart.
Those are the nominees, the pre-nominees for pro tempore. Now, the floor is open for your formal nomination. Once again, please approach the mic to nominate any GLC member for the position of pro tempore. Again, please approach the mic so that we can promptly proceed.
Honorable members, please be reminded that we are in a limited time, so your participation will be highly appreciated in this business item. Once again, the floor is open for your nominations for the position of pro tempore.
Mr. Chair, may I be recognized?
Yes, you are recognized.
I humbly nominate Russell Dave Advincula for the position of pro tempore.
Thank you. Russell Dave Advincula is nominated for the position of pro tempore. Is there any other nomination? Hearing none from the floor, may we call on Russell Advincula to introduce himself good for 1 minute to the legislative body. Thank you.
So, good afternoon, honorable members of this assembly. I am Dave Russell C. Advincula, an interim representative of the College Student Council of BUC-SSP, as well as the chairperson of League of Liberal Reformists Reforma Coalition University-based organization. I stand here today as a testament to of my service in this very council. For the last academic year, as a representative of my college, we have served in the capacity of the chairperson of the Research, Education, and Publication Committee of this very assembly. And with that, we were able to publish and implementing rules and regulation alongside the resolution referred to our committee. I would not delve deeper given that this is only 1 minute, but let that be a testament of my service to this General Legislative Council as well as the BUNYOs. Thank you.
Thank you, Mix Dave Russell Advincula. That said, since Mix Russell Advincula is the only nominee, let's proceed to voting. Those who are in favor of electing Mix Russell Dave Advincula as the pro tempore of the GLC academic year 2025-2026, please raise your hand. Again, those who are in favor of electing Mix Russell Advincula as pro tempore for the BUGLC academic year 2025-2026, please raise your hand. Madam Secretary, please announce the votes. Apologies. Those who are against the election of Mix Russell Dave Advincula as pro tempore, please raise your hand. Duly noted. Madam Secretary.
Mixture, there are 63 affirmative votes and 0 negative votes.
With 63 affirmative votes, Mix Russell Advincula is hereby elected as pro tempore of GLC academic year 2025-2026. Next, we have the position of majority floor leader. Take note that only the CSCs will take part in the election of the majority floor leader. Madam Secretary, please read the pre-nominees.
The pre-nominees for majority floor leader as are follows: John Albert Bobiles, Ishi Claire Mendones, Marina Belista, Justin Harme, and Kin Norbert Climacosa.
Thank you, Madam Secretary. The floor is now open for the formal nomination of those who will be elected as majority floor leader. Again, the floor is now open for nominations. Please approach the mic.
Mr. Chair, may I be recognized?
Yes, you are recognized.
Mr. Chair, I respectfully nominate Norbert Climacosta for the majority floor leader. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Mr. Kin Norbert Limacosa is nominated for majority floor leader. Is there any other nominations? Again, is there any other nominations from the floor? Hearing none, let's call on Mr. Ned Norbert Limacosa to introduce himself good for 1 minute in his vie for the position of majority floor leader.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And first and foremost, thank you very much, Madam Ishi Claire Mendones, for the nomination. And first of all, I would like to introduce myself. I am Kind Norbert Climacosa of the College Student Council of College of Social Sciences and Philosophy. I am the college representative and the chairperson for the Students' Rights and Welfare Committee. And I do not make promises. I do not make propagandas, but rather I make resolute. And I can assure that the majority is in safe hands under my leadership. Not to brag about it, but I have three main thrusts this school year for this legislative assembly, which is number one, efficiency in legislation, number two, integrity in leadership, and number three, we will realize that this university is indeed for humanity through policies and resolutions that are not just on papers, but are on actions. Kasi most often than not, resolutions are just, submitted out of mere compliance. But that is what we are trying to avoid.
Thank you, Mr. Kin. Your 1
Thank
minute
you very
is
much.
up.
Thank you, everyone.
Thank you. Let's now proceed to voting. Those who are in favor of electing Mr. Ned Norbert Limacosa as Majority Floor Leader, please raise your hand. Again, CSCs only will vote for the position of Majority Floor Leader. Madam Secretary, please announce. Apologies. Those who are against the election of Mr. Kin Norbert Limacosa as Majority Floor Leader, please raise your hand. Madam Secretary, please announce the votes.
Mixed Chair, there are 55 affirmative votes and 0 negative votes.
With 55 affirmative votes, Mr. Ned Norbert Limacosa is hereby elected as Majority Floor Leader. Promptly proceeding, we have the Minority Floor Leader. For this position, the university-based organizations will be the ones who are going to vote.
Mr. Chair, I seek recognition.
Yes, you are recognized.
This representation nominates the Honorable President of the Pre-Law Society, Mix Luisito Gonzalez, for the position of Minority Floor Leader. Thank you.
Thank you. That is duly noted. But first, let's allow our Secretary General to still read the pre-nominees, but that is already noted. Thank you.
The pre-nominees for Minority Floor Leader as are follows: Luisito Gonzalez Jr. and Tristan Jasper Oliquino.
Thank you. Now, Mix Dave Russell Advincula, please do the nomination since this is the right time. The floor is now open for the formal nomination for the position of Minority Floor Leader.
Apologies to the body. I would like to reiterate my nomination. This representation nominates the Honorable Member Luisito Gonzalez for the position of Minority Floor Leader. Thank you.
Mix Luisito Gonzalez Jr. is nominated for the position of Minority Floor Leader. Is there any other nominations?
Good morning. May I be recognized, Mr. Chair?
Yes, you are recognized.
I'm standing here today to formally nominate Tristan Oliquino for the position of Minority Floor Leader.
Thank you. Mix Tristan Oliquino is nominated for the position of Minority Floor Leader. Is there any other nominations? Hearing none, let's call on our nominees. Let's start with Mix Luisito Gonzalez Jr. You have 1 minute to introduce yourself to the body.
Hello. Okay, I'll be starting my speech in 3, 2, 1. So I am Luisito Gonzalez Jr., the chairperson of Bicol University Pre-Law Society, but also the former chairperson of Bicol University Integrity Crusaders Office of the Ombudsman, the founder and founding internal vice chairperson of Bicol University Society of Sorsoganons. I am also affiliated with different organizations in the Bicol University community, such as the Bicol University Debate Society, the Bicol University College Boy Club, the Bicol University, what else? Anything that is possible with I am with my capabilities. I stand affirm that the minority voices will be protected on my hands. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Mix Luisito Gonzalez Jr. Now let's call on Mix Tristan Jasper, Oliquino.
Mr. Chair, may I speak in my vernacular language?
Yes, proceed.
Thank you very much. Isang mapagpalayang araw po sa inyong lahat. Ako po si Tristan Jasper B. Olikino, ang current Chief Executive Officer ng Bicol University Association of Young Business Leaders and Entrepreneurs. Isa po akong former college representative ng Bicol University College of Nursing at ako po ang tumayong internal vice chairperson ng aming organization, ito pong BU Able, noong nakaraang academic year. So, to make this short po, ako po ay nagagalak na ako po ay binoto sa posisyong ito and malugod ko pong tinatanggap ang posisyon na ito. Sa ating menorya, alam ko po na ang bawat isa po sa atin ay may kakayahang magsalita rito. Hindi lang po tayo kailangang magkaroon ng representasyon, kundi tayo ay may kakayahang magbigay ng boses para sa ating sektor na nire-representa. Ako po ay andito para maging ugnayan lamang at maging paraan para makamit natin ang goals and visions natin sa loob ng minority floor. Kayo na po ang
Thank you,
bahala.
Mix Olikino.
Salamat.
Let's proceed. Those who are in favor of electing Mix Luisito Gonzalez Jr. as minority floor leader, please raise your hand. Once again, the UBOs will be the ones who will participate on this election. Thank you. Next, we have those who are in favor of electing Mix Tristan Jasper Olikino as minority floor leader. Please raise your hand. Madam Secretary, please announce the votes.
There are 14 votes for Mix Luisito and 8 votes for Mix Olikino.
With 14 votes, Mix Gonzalez Jr. is elected as minority floor leader. Thank you. Proceeding, we have the position of Sergeant at Arms. In our IRR, for every 50 legislators, there shall be one Sergeant at Arms. Since our total number of members is 158, we will need 3 Sergeant at Arms to help us with this assembly. Madam Secretary, please read the pre-nominees.
The pre-nominees for Sergeant at Arms are as follows: John Albert Bobeles, Ishi Claire Mendones, ODJ Ante, Tristan Jasper Olikino, Russell Fresnido, Greg Macalia, Edmond Perez Vista, and June Michael Ventura.
Thank you, Madam Secretary General. Now the floor is open for your formal nominations for the position of Sergeant at Arms. Please approach the mic. Once again, the floor is now open for the nomination of Sergeant at Arms.
Hello. Mr. Chair, may I be recognized?
Yes, you are recognized.
Mr. Chair, I humbly nominate Ms. Ishiclaire Mendones for the position of Sergeant at Arms.
Thank you. Ms. Ishiclaire Mendones is nominated for the position of Sergeant at Arms. Is there any other nomination?
May I be recognized, Mr. Chair?
Yes, you are recognized.
Mr. Chair, allow me to formally nominate the chairperson of BU Leaders, ODJ Ante. That will be all. Thank you.
Thank you. Mix ODJ Ante is nominated for Sergeant at Arms. Any other nominations?
Mr. Chair, may I be recognized, Mr. Chair?
Yes, you are
I
recognized.
respectfully nominate Edmund P. Vista as Sergeant at Arms.
Thank you. Mix Edmond Vista is nominated for Sergeant at Arms. Is there any other nominations? Once again, is there any other nominations for the position of Sergeant at Arms?
Point of, may I be recognized, Mr. Chair?
Yes, you are recognized.
Point of inquiry po, are we allowed to nominate who was not pre-nominated po beforehand? With that, may I respectfully nominate Mr. Edmund Julius Capilla po?
Thank you. Mix Edmin Cubilla is nominated for the position of Sergeant at Arms. Is there any other nominations? Again, is there any other nominations? Hearing none, let's proceed to the introduction of our nominees. Again, they are given 1 minute each. Let's start with Miss Ishi Claire Mendones.
Hello. Hello, Mr. Chair. May I be recognized?
Yes.
To the honorable members of the General Legislative Council, good morning. I am Ishi Claire E. Mendones, the current College Student Council President of the Jesse M. Robredo Institute of Governance and Development. And also, I am currently serving as the Rotaract Rotary Club of Metro Legazpi Business Manager, as well as the Red Cross Youth Council External Vice President. And I think it is only the right to participate in this kind of collaboration and participation in decision making. And that's all. I will not promise anymore, but rather use this as a platform to participate in the discussion. Thank you, everyone.
Thank you, Ms. Mendones. Proceeding, we have Mix ODJ Ante.
Good morning, Mr. Chair. May I be recognized?
Yes, you are recognized.
So, to honorable members of the General Assembly, good morning. So this is Audie J. Ante, the chairperson of B Leaders League of Democrats from the College of Education. So I really just want to make it simple. So I wholeheartedly accept this nomination, and I assure everyone that if I am the elected, one of the elected Sergeant at Arms of this General Assembly, I assure you that I will do my very best to exec and realize the working function of the position of the Sergeant at Arms. That's all for everyone. Thank you.
Thank you, Mix ODJ Ante. Next, we have Mix Edmond Perez Vista.
Good day, Mr. Chair. May I be recognized?
Yes, you are recognized.
So, good day, everyone. I am Edmond Vista from SEBEM CSC. I'm SEBEM CSC representative. So, if given the chance to be elected to this position, my goals are just simple and concrete, and that is to make sure that every session starts and ends on time, to help maintain a safe and respectful environment, and as well as to support the presiding officer in keeping the process organized and as well as smooth. So I want every member to feel that this assembly is a place of discipline and unity where we can work together and without distractions and lead with integrity. So regardless of our results today, I wish the GLC nothing but success, as well as to continue, grow, serve, and make decisions that truly benefit the students we represent. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Mix Vista. Lastly, we have Mix Cubilla.
Mr. Chair, may I be recognized?
Yes, you are recognized.
And good morning to all our honorable members of the Assembly. I am Edwin Jules Cubilla, a two-term representative from the College of Arts and Letters College Student Council. And also I serve as the pioneer chairperson of the Advocacy and Campaigns Committee in our council. And last year, I also served as the Sergeant at Arms of the Constitutional Convention, which I'm proud to say that I was able to do my duty. Last year, we had lack of existence of quorum, allow me to speak in vernacular language, sa mga sessions na ginagawa ng Constitutional Convention. That's why nakapag-send ako that's why I was able to send subpoenas to almost 30 student leaders for them to participate in the Constitutional Convention session. And I am proud to say that that subpoenas were effective. And I assure you that I will give the same effort na binigay ko sa Constitutional Convention. That will be all. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Mix Edmin Cobilla. Promptly proceeding, let's have the voting. Each member is entitled to vote 3 nominees, and every from UBO and CSE is entitled to vote. Let's start. Those who are in favor of electing Mix Ishiclaire Mendones for the position of Sergeant at Arms, please raise your hand. Thank you. Kindly lower your hand. Next, those who are in favor of electing Mix ODJ Ante for Sergeant at Arms, please raise your hand. Next, we have, kindly lower your hands. Next, those who are in favor of electing Mix Edmond Perez Vista for the position of Sergeant at Arms, please raise your hand. Next, we have those who are in favor of electing Mix Edmin Julius Cobilla for the position of Sergeant at Arms, please raise your hand. Mix Secretary General, please announce the votes.
For Ishiclaire Mendones, we have 62 votes. For ODJ Ante, we have 46 votes. For Edmond Perez Vista, there are 51 votes. And for Edmond Julius Cobilla, there are 42 votes.
Thank you, Madam Secretary. With the votes in, our Sergeant at Arms, duly elected Sergeant at Arms are Miss Ishiclaire Mendones, Mix ODJ Ante, and Mix Edmond Perez Vista. Madam Secretary, please announce the duly elected officers of the General Legislative Council for the academic year 2025-2026.
For Pro Tempore, we have Russell Dave Advencola. For Majority Floor Leader, we have Kint Norbert Climacosa. Minority Floor Leader is Luisito Gonzalez Jr. And the Sergeant at Arms are Ishiclaire Mendones, ODJ Ante, and Edmond Perez Vista.
Thank you. May you continue to uplift your responsibility and be consistent in the entirety of your term. Moving forward, in our next item in the order of business, we will go into the new business. To reiterate, our new business is as follows.
Resolution number 1, Series of 2025, a resolution establishing semestral maintenance and evaluation of classrooms that needs urgent reconditioning to ensure a learning conducive environment for students. Resolution number 2, Series of 2025, a resolution mandating the strategic installation of trash cans and strengthening the implementation of waste management mechanism in all campuses of Bicol University. Resolution number 3, Series of 2025, a resolution establishing the baseline archival standard for student organizations through the creation and implementation of a centralized digital archiving and record management system for all recognized student organizations, anchored on the OASIS standard ISO 147/21-25, and entrusting the College of Engineering Student Council to lead its formulation in collaboration with relevant university bodies. Resolution number 4, Series of 2025, a resolution enjoining all college student councils of Bicol University to implement student rights and welfare or straw-centered programs and activities in support of student development and United Nations Sustainable Development Goals or SDGs. Resolution number 5, Series of 2025, a resolution repealing Resolution number 2, Series 2024, a resolution revising the Constitution and bylaws of the University Student Council, creating the Constitutional Convention that will draft the proposed Constitution and bylaws. And last is Resolution number 6 of 2025, a resolution establishing the Bicol University Commission on Student Extension.
Thank you, Madam Secretary. Calling on to the proponent of the Resolution number 1, Series of 2025 to please approach the podium for the presentation and the 3 readings of their resolution.
Hello. Hello, am I audible? Am I audible at the back? Okay. Sige. Good afternoon, colleagues of this Legislative Council. I am Joffrey Nicolas Elo Peña from the Bicol University Jesse M. Robredo Institute of Governance and Development, the sole representative of PUGMRGD CSC. The resolution reads, establishing semestral maintenance and evaluation of classroom that needs urgent reconditioning to ensure a learning conducive environment for students. Whereas, Bicol University as a university for humanity and a premier state university in the region is mandated to provide quality and holistic education to its students. Whereas, Bicol University as global academic institution shall abide to the SGD for quality education, giving emphasis that a conducive learning environment plays a crucial role to the learnability of the students to attain a quality and holistic education. Whereas, in accordance with the student handbook under the student rights, every student has the right to receive relevant quality education in line with national and regional goals, educational objectives and standards of the university, which includes the right to have a conducive classroom environment. Whereas, the learning environment plays a critical role in students' academic performance, mental well-being, and overall holistic development. Whereas, some classrooms within the university reportedly lack proper ventilation, adequate lighting, safe infrastructure, and conducive facilities that needs urgent replacements which hinder the attainment of an environment conducive to effective learning. Whereas, it is the responsibility of the administration to address infrastructure gaps and provide appropriate spaces that promote inclusivity, accessibility, comfort, and safety in the pursuit of academic excellence. Whereas, providing learning conducive classroom will foster student engagement, reduce stress and health risks, and uplift the overall learning outcomes in the university. Now therefore be it resolved that the semestral maintenance and evaluation of classroom that needs urgent reconditioning should be established in order to have a conducive learning environment for the students, including but not limited to, number 1, establishing regular maintenance, assessment, and recondition of classrooms, facilities every semester. Number 2, provision of adequate ventilation, lighting, and safe facilities in classroom that falls below standards and needs urgent reconditioning. Third, allocation of budget for the continuous improvement of classroom infrastructure in close coordination with the General Service Office and Physical Development Management Office for proper budgeting. And lastly, the General Services Office and the Physical Development and Management Office shall oversee regular monitoring and assessment of the classroom that need reconditioning. Resolved further that there shall be a joint supervision of the General Services Office and the Physical Development and Management Office in close coordination and enforcement to all campuses as well as the administration of respective colleges. Resolved further that the General Services Office shall be in charge of monitoring and maintenance of defected ventilation, lighting, electricity system, while the Physical Development and Management Office shall be responsible for providing engineering suggestions to enhance the condition of classrooms. Resolved further that there shall conduct and supervise semestral inspection of classrooms and learning facilities and shall submit an evaluation report that contains the standardized checklist that shall cover ventilation, lighting, chairs, electrical system, and safety equipments that needs reconditioning at the end of every semester to the office of the university president. Resolved further that the regular assessments that shall be scheduled before the start of every semester and immediate repair shall be conducted during semester breaks in order to minimize classroom downtime. Preventive maintenance is prioritized. Resolved further that the semestral classroom reconditioning and replacement of defected ventilation, lighting, and safe facilities only require a minimum amount of budget as it primarily involves preventive and minor corrective maintenance rather than full-scale renovation, thereby ensuring the cost-effectiveness and sustainability, ensuring that facilities and equipment are safe and properly working for the benefit and learnability of the students. Resolve further that the enhanced semestral monitoring and maintenance of these facilities shall be integrated into the existing campus operation of the General Services Office and Physical Development and Management Office in order to make urgent action to ensure safety and learning conduciveness of the students in the university. Resolved finally that the copies of this resolution be furnished to the Office of the University President, the Vice President for Administration and Finance, the Vice President for Academic Affairs, the General Services Office, and the Physical Development and Management Office for their consideration and appropriate action. Mr. Chair, I move for the adoption of the Resolution Number 1, Series of 2025 for its first reading. So move, Mr. Chair.
There is a motion to adopt resolution series of 2025 on first reading. Is there any second? Hearing none, let's proceed to voting. Those who are in favor of adopting resolution number 1, series of 2025 in its first reading, please raise your hand. For this voting, the Sergeant at Arms will facilitate since they are duly elected already to carry out their duties. Thank you. Please lower your hands. Those who are against the motion to adopt the resolution number 1, series of 2025 on its first reading, please raise your hands. Thank you. Madam Secretary, please announce the votes.
There are 73 affirmative votes and 0 negative votes.
With 73 affirmative votes, the motion to adopt resolution number 1, series of 2025 in its first reading is carried. Opponents once again recognized for the presentation of the resolution for its second reading.
Mr. Chair, since we are running out of time, I move to dispense the reading for the second reading and proceed directly to the debate and discussion. So move, Mr. Chair.
Resolution, proceed directly to the debate and discussions.
Mr. Chair, may I be recognized?
Yes, you are recognized.
So how can the monitoring and evaluation process be improved to ensure the timely and effective
Excuse me, let's follow proper decorum. Thank you. That will be our procedure in the discussions that we will be having. The motion that we are voting on right now is on dispensing the second reading in the spirit of limited time. With that, I would like to ask again, those who are in favor of the motion to dispense the reading proper of the second reading of the resolution and to proceed directly to the debate and discussions, please say aye. Those who are against the motion, please say nay. The ayes have it. The motion to dispense the reading proper in the second reading is carried.
Mr. Chair, may I be recognized?
Yes, you are recognized.
Mr. Chair, just a manifestation as one of the proponent of this resolution. Good day, everyone, to our colleagues and members of this Legislative Council. Once again, just a note and addition, this is the first time that the BOJMRIGT will have resolution to this General Legislative Council. Therefore, this is a milestone for us in this council. So proceeding, as BUenos, we take pride in being part of a university that upholds the banner of being a university for humanity. But let us also remember that humanity begins in the very spaces where we learn, think, and grow our classrooms. We produce countless top-notchers, but we cannot even provide the bare minimum to them, which is the better and conducive learning classrooms. This resolution isn't asking for too much. It's asking for what we all deserve. A classroom that breathes, that lights up our minds, and doesn't make any learning feel like a battle against heat, darkness, or discomfort. Let's be honest, this is the bare minimum. A classroom with proper ventilation, working lights, sturdy chairs, and safe spaces is not luxury. It's a right. It's a promise that Bicol University as University for Humanity owes to its students. SDG 4, which stands for Quality Education, reminds us that learning cannot thrive in uncomfortable, unsafe, or deteriorating spaces, and you know that. When classrooms lack ventilation, when lights flicker, and chairs break, when facilities fail to meet the most basic standards, our student rise to quality education is compromised. This is why we want, with the help of the student body, to establish semestral maintenance and evaluation of classroom, not as a one-time project, but as a consistent, accountable practice. This means regular inspections, preventive repairs, and allocation of proper resources to ensure that our learning environments are safe, inclusive, and conducive to growth. This initiative does not demand luxury. It simply seeks dignity. It is cost-effective, sustainable, and rooted in our collective responsibility to uphold every BUeño's right to learn comfortably, safely, and effectively. To the administration, this is not just an investment in infrastructure. This is an investment in the future of every BUeño, because a classroom that breathes, lights, and shelters properly is where true learning begins. Thank you, and may we all stand firm ensuring that we ask for today, the bare minimum, becomes the standard for generations of BUeños to come. That's all, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, good author. Please be reminded that we have only 12 minutes for the discussion proper, which we are having now. 6 minutes on the author side and another 6 minutes on the side of the floor. And the good author has already consumed 2 minutes and 30 seconds. So you have only limited time in the next motions or manifestations that will be raised. Now the floor is open for any clarifications or
Mr. Chair, may I be recognized?
yes, you are recognized.
Again, so pardon me. About the resolution establishing the semestral maintenance evaluation of classrooms that needs urgent reconditioning to ensure a learning conducive environment for students. How can the monitoring and evaluation process be improved to ensure timely and effective repairs? And how do you believe that the proposed budget allocation and assessment procedures are sufficient and realistic for maintaining classroom facilities? Thank you.
Okay, Mr. Chair, may I be recognized?
Repeat.
Mr. Chair, permission to speak vernacular. Okay, just an assurance to the body that we've already consulted this to the GSO, to the PDMO, and sa kanila na po mismo nanggaling that they are very supportive of this resolution. And in terms of budget, ang sabi po sa amin nila, walang problema sa budget as long as reasonable yung gusto natin mangyari. It is assurance for them that I want also to assure everyone that this resolution will not be in vain. Kasi ang suporta ng mga implementing body that will be involved to this resolution is there. And in terms of assurance, nandun po siya, and given naman na yung mechanism na provided po sa resolution. Yun lang po.
Is there any other discussion that the floor wants to raise? Please proceed the mic.
Mr. Chair, can I be recognized?
Yes, you are recognized.
Good morning. As an amendment to the resolve further in the, wait lang po, sorry. The first resolve further that there shall be a joint supervision of the General Services Office and the Physical Development Management Office. Can we add the CSC as part of the coordination and supervision of the said regular assessment, maintenance, and reconditioning?
Thank you. Please make that a proper motion so that we can discuss it.
Sorry. I move to amend or to add the College Student Council in the after the administration of respective colleges as well as the CSC. Sorry.
Where specifically would the word college student councils be added?
Okay. Campuses as well as the administration and the College Student Council of respective colleges.
Thank you. There is a motion to add the word college student council after the word administration in the first further clause. Is there any second to the motion? Motion has been seconded. Is there any discussion?
Mr. Chair, may I be recognized?
Yes, you are recognized.
Mr. Chair, actually, I've already thought about it. Kanina na pag-usapan po natin yan na it is true that this should not only be one-sided, this should be two-sided in where manggaling tayo dun sa mga estudyante na nakaka-experience mismo. And you know that it can also, yun nga, pwedeng maging part ang CSC doon and as a representation of the student body na from the grassroots level and we compromise it or we enjoin it with the proposals and efforts as well of the department involved. So very thankful for the amendments and suggestion of the President coming from College of Law, and I am very supportive of that amendment. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you so much. Let's proceed to voting. Those who are in favor of the motion to amending the first resolve further clause as presented in the screen, please raise your hand. Thank you. Please lower your hand. Those who are against the motion, please raise your hand. Thank you. Madam Secretary, please announce the votes.
Mixed Chair, there are 76 affirmative votes and 0 negative votes.
With 76 affirmative votes, the motion to amend the first resolve further clause adding the word college student councils is carried. Proceeding.
Mr. Chair, may we recognize?
Yes, you are recognized.
This representation would like to place an amendment on the last resolved clause of our resolution, most specifically in the part of furnishing to the different offices to include the Office of the Vice President for Planning and Development for the matter that it it involves planning and development of physical construction or infrastructure that our university has. That will be all, Mr. Chair.
Where specifically in the paragraph?
Before the Vice President for Academic Affairs, Mr. Chair.
Before the Vice President for Academic Affairs. Thank you. There is a motion to amend the last resolved finally clause of the resolution number 1 series of 2025 to add the office of the VP for planning. Is there any second? Motion has been seconded. Is there any discussion? Hearing none, let's proceed to voting. Those who are in favor of the amendment as presented in the screen, please raise your hand. Please lower your hand. Those who are against not to amend the resolved finally clause as presented in the screen, please raise your hand. Thank you, Madam Secretary. Please announce the votes.
There are 69 affirmative votes and 0 negative votes.
The 69 affirmative votes, the amendment to add the Vice President for Planning and Development in the last resolve is carried. Proceeding.
May I be recognized, Mr. Chair?
Yes, you are recognized.
Allow me to seek clarification from the proponent of the resolution. I would like to ask if the resolution is solely for the classrooms and is excluding the other facilities like the CR po.
Okay, Mr. Chair, may I be recognized?
Yes, you are recognized.
Given to this resolution, it only includes the classrooms because number one, it is where most of us spend our time, and yun nga mga classroom po. But if there is a necessary motion to amend this, to include that, it depends to the body because we'll still go to have a voting about it.
May I be recognized once again, Mr. Chair?
Yes, you are recognized.
Okay, I acknowledge the point of the proponent about the importance of really, allow me to speak in my vernacular, prioritize ang classroom. But I think the CRs in our campus are also integral to the holistic performance of every student in the university. So allow me to move to amend the resolution and include as well that the other facilities like the CRs should be included in the establishment of semester maintenance and evaluation po. I so move, Mr. Chair.
Thank you for that motion. But let it be recognized that if we accept that amendment or motion to amend, it will only affect the rest or the content of the resolution and not the title because we have already passed the first reading, and if that purpose is to be carried, it will not align with the title since it can no longer be amended as it has already been approved by the body.
May I be recognized again, Mr. Chair?
Yes.
I acknowledge the correction, Mr. Chair, and therefore I withdraw my motion to amend further the resolution. Thank you.
Thank you, duly noted. Thank you so much. Let's have the last for this resolution.
Mr. Chair, may I be recognized?
Yes, you are recognized.
In recognition of the noble intent of this resolution, as still the chairperson of the Research, Education, and Publication Committee, given that we haven't elected or nominated yet the chairperson, our humble office would like to aid the proponents of this resolution through giving them a student-led assessment pattern to the implementing rules and regulations made for the past implementing rules and regulation of SQRC. So we would coordinate with the honorable speaker. Therefore, this representation seeks the referral resolution to the Committee of Research, Education, and Publication. That would be all, Mr. Chair.
Please raise that as a proper motion.
Seeks to refer this resolution to the Research, Education, and Publication Committee and to report its findings on the second General Legislative Council session for approval. That would be all, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. There is a motion to refer Resolution Number 1, Series of 2025 to the Research and Publication Committee. Is there any second? Motion has been seconded. Is there any discussion?
Mr. Chair, may I be recognized?
Yes, you are recognized.
Given that, given the importance and urgency of this resolution, I do appreciate the suggestion of the honorable representative from the body. But then, if that happens, we'll still wait for the second General Assembly in order for it to be adopted or ratified once again. I do say this because I do understand the urgency of this matter, and if it is ratified now, then we can already push for the implementation and start for the implementation with it with the help of our student region, because I've already consulted it naman sa CSR. Yun lang po.
Thank you. Does the good member want to respond?
With that, this representation would like to withdraw the said motion. This representation would like to withdraw our motion. That would be all, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Motion is withdrawn. So let's proceed to our main motion, which is to adopt this resolution on the second reading. Having the speakers already have met the maximum speakers that we allow in our House rules, it is now time that we proceed to voting. Those who are in favor of the motion to adopt Resolution Number 1, Series of 2025 in its second reading, please raise your hand. Again, those who are in favor of the motion to adopt Resolution Number 1, Series of 2025 in its second reading, please raise your hand. Thank you. Please lower your hand. Those who are against the motion to adopt Resolution Number 1, Series of 2025 in its second reading, please raise your hand. Madam Secretary, please announce the votes.
Mixture, there are 67 affirmative votes and 0 negative votes.
With 67 affirmative votes, the motion to adopt the Resolution Number 1, Series of 2025, along with the amendments that were raised in the floor earlier, is carried. Proponent.
Mr. Chair, may I be recognized?
Yes, you are recognized.
Mr. Chair, given that there are only minimal amendments to the totality of the resolution, therefore I move to disperse the reading of the resolution for its third and final reading. Disperse the reading of the resolution. Apologies. Dispense the reading of the resolution for its third and final reading. So move, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. There is a motion to dispense the reading proper of the resolution in its third and final reading. Is there any second? Motion has been seconded. Is there any discussion? Hearing none, let's proceed to voting. Those who are in favor of the motion to dispense the reading proper in the third reading of the Resolution Number 1, Series of 2025, please say aye. Those who are against, please say nay. The ayes have it. The motion to dispense the reading proper of Resolution Number 1, Series of 2025 in its third reading is carried. Proponent.
Mr. Chair, may I be recognized? Mr. Chair, I move for the approval and ratification of the General Legislative Assembly Resolution Number 1, series of 2025 entitled a resolution establishing semestral maintenance and evaluation of classroom that needs urgent reconditioning to ensure a learning conducive environment for the students. In its third and final reading. So move, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. There is a motion to adopt resolution number 1 series 2025 entitled a resolution establishing semestral maintenance and evaluation of classrooms that in its third and final reading. Is there any second? Series of 2025 in its third and final reading.
Thank you. Please lower your hands. Those who are against the motion to adopt resolution number 1 series of 2025 in its third and final reading, please raise your hand. Madam Secretary, please announce the number of votes.
There are 73 affirmative votes and 0 negative votes.
With 73 affirmative votes, the motion to adopt resolution number 1 series of 2025 entitled a resolution establishing semestral maintenance and evaluation of classrooms that needs urgent reconditioning to ensure a learning conducive environment for students is carried. Proponent?
Mr. Chair, just a very short manifestation. Thank you very much for the support of this resolution. We all agreed for us to have the bare minimum that we all deserve. And hopefully, our CSR will help us along the way. And of course, this is an ongoing consultation with the body. Because remember that this is not just an individual resolution. Once it is presented to the GLC, it is the resolution of the GLC. Therefore, we really want the support of the body along the way up until its total implementation. That's all, Mr. Chair.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much and congratulations. In our next business item, we have resolution number 2, series of 2025, a resolution mandating the strategic installation of trash cans and strengthening the
Mr. Chair, may be recognized.
Yes, you are recognized.
Hello. Before we proceed to this resolution, I would like to move, Mr. Chair, to dispense the reading for the first reading for this resolution and subsequent resolutions, given that this resolution was already disseminated since the month of September to the various group chats of our General Legislative Council. Therefore, to reiterate my motion, I would move, Mr. Chair, to dispense the reading of this first reading of this resolution and subsequent resolutions. That would be all, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. That motion is noted, but according to the parliamentarians, avenue motion should come to the author in her time to speak. Thank you. So, proponent.
Hello. Mr. Chair, may I be recognized? With that, Mr. Chair, I move for the adoption of the resolution number 2, series of 2025, entitled a resolution mandating the strategic installation of trash cans and strengthening the implementation of a waste management mechanism in all campus of Bicol University. So move, Mr. Chair.
Good proponent. The first motion that we will take up, as discussed earlier, is the dispense of the reading proper and not the adoption. So please reiterate that motion. Thank you.
Apologies, Mr. Chair. Allow me to reiterate the motion. Mr. Chair, I move to dispense the first reading of the resolution number 2, series of 2025, a resolution mandating the strategic installation of trash cans and strengthening the implementation of a waste management mechanism in all campuses of Bicol University. So moved, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. There is a motion to dispense the reading proper in the first reading of Resolution Number 1, Resolution 2025 has been seconded. Is there any discussion? Hearing none, let's proceed to voting. Those who are in favor of dispensing the reading proper of Resolution Number 2, Series of 2025 in its first reading, please say aye. Those who are against the motion, please say nay. The ayes have it. The motion to dispense the reading proper of Resolution Number 2, Series of 2025 in its first reading is carried. Proponent? Once again,
Mr. Chair, may I be recognized?
Yes.
Since, once again, we don't have the spirit of time, I move to dispense the reading of the resolution to its second reading and proceed direct. Apologies. So once again, Mr. Chair, I move to adopt the resolution number 2 series of 2025 to its first reading. So move, Mr. Chair.
There is a motion to adopt Resolution Number 2,
Series of 2025 in its first reading. Is there any second? Motion has been seconded. Is there any discussion? Hearing none, let's proceed to voting. Those who are in favor of adopting Resolution Number 2, Series of 2025 in its first reading, please raise your hand. Thank you. Kindly lower your hands. Those who are against the motion, please raise your hand. Madam Secretary.
There are 71 affirmative votes and 0 negative votes.
With 71 affirmative votes, the motion to adopt the Resolution Number 2, Series of 2025 in its first reading is carried. Proponent?
Mr. Chair, may I be recognized?
Yes, you are recognized.
Again, Mr. Chair, since we are running out of time, I move to dispense the reading of the second reading of the Resolution Number 2, Series of 2025, and proceed directly to the debate and discussion. So move, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. There is a motion to dispense the reading part of the second reading of Resolution Number 2, Series of 2025, and proceed directly to debate and discussions. Is there any second? Motion has been seconded. Is there any discussions? Hearing none, let's proceed to voting. Those who are in favor of the motion to dispense the reading part of the second reading and proceed directly to the debates and discussions, please say aye. Those who are against the motion, please say nay. The ayes have it. The motion to dispense the reading part of the second reading and proceed directly to the debates and discussion is carried. Proponent?
Mr. Chair, may I be recognized? Again, Mr. Chair, this is just a manifestation before we proceed because let's be honest that availability of the trash receptacles is still one of the concern of the students and even the utilities and the strict implementation of waste segregation and systemic management in campuses. It is very simple. Proper segregation and proper management of garbage with particular focus on high-density establishment. And in this resolution, the purpose is very clear. To mandate strategic installation of trash cans and strengthening the implementation of waste management mechanism in all campuses of Bicol University. So before we proceed with the discussion, please be reminded that the purpose of this resolution is not just for the benefit of the student, but also for the utilities. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, good proponent. You have consumed 1 minute of your time. Let's proceed with the floor. Those who want to raise any discussion, clarifications, or amendments to the said resolution, please approach the mic. Yes, you are recognized.
Be launched through the efforts of University Student Council and College Student Council only to ensure the awareness and participation of students at university community. While I do recognize the importance for yes, in terms of information dissemination, there are actually active participants coming from the university-based organizations that actually advocate for this certain process. So I do believe that with the help of the university-based organization existing for the advocacy of environmental, such as the university-based organization of the university-based organization of BUSOSOC, we prioritize advocacy in terms of environmental, as well as in college-wide club and other organizations that we want to represent in this kind of advocacy has already have the purpose for them, for example, under participants as their campaign, and we can have a participatory campaign in terms of, for example, in online campaign and physical campaign with the help of USE, PSEs, and NGO. So I would like to formally move a motion for the amendment of the third resolve further clause that the information and education campaign on proper waste segregation and the importance of policy be launched through the efforts of the following: University Student Council, the College Student Council, the university-based organizations, to ensure the awareness and participation of the entire university community. With all those reasons, I'm proud to amend.
Thank you so much. There is a motion to amend the third resolve further clause, adding the word university-based organizations after the College Student Council as part of the information and education campaign for Resolution Number 2, Series of 2025. Again, there is a motion to add the word university-based organization after the College Student Council in the third resolve further clause. Is there any second? Motion has been seconded. Is there any discussion? Hearing none, let's proceed to voting. Those who are in favor of the amendment as presented in the screen, please raise your hand. Thank you. Kindly lower your hand. Those who are against the motion to amend the third resolve further clause as presented in the screen, please raise your hand. Madam Secretary, please announce the votes.
There are 73 affirmative votes and 0 negative votes.
With the 73 affirmative votes, the motion to amend the third resolve further clause, adding the word university-based organizations after the College Student Council, is carried. Proceeding, is there any further discussion on the second reading of the Resolution Number 2, Series of 2025? Again, the floor is open for your discussion on the Resolution Number 2, Series 2025. Hearing none, let's proceed to voting. Is there anyone who wants to still be recognized?
Mr. Chair, may I be recognized?
Yes, you are recognized.
In addition to what our minority floor leader said, I would also like to raise a motion to amend the third reserve further clause po. Permission to speak in vernacular language.
Yes, you may.
I would like to add also the college-based organizations, with the reason being that in the College of Arts and Letters, we also have college-based organizations who are for the same advocacy. At the same time, we will be able to reach even the grassroots levels, the college-based, with the help of the college-based organizations. I feel that with this, mas mapapalawak yung ating reach with this resolution and mas mapapatibay natin siya. With that, thank you very much.
Thank you for that. There is a motion to amend the third resolve further clause, adding the college-based organizations after the university-based organizations. Is there any second? Motion has been seconded. Is there any discussion? Hearing none, let's proceed to voting. Those who are in favor of the amendment of the third resolve further clause, adding the college-based organizations, please raise your hand. Thank you. Please lower your hand. Those who are against the motion to amend the third resolve further clause as presented in the screen, please raise your hand. Madam Secretary, please announce the votes.
There are 64 affirmative votes and 0 negative votes.
With 64 affirmative votes, the motion to amend the third resolve further clause as presented in the screen is carried. Moving on.
Mr. Chair, may I be recognized?
Yes, you are recognized. You will be the last honorable member to be recognized for this deliberation.
Acknowledge, Mr. Chair. I would like to ask the proponents of the resolutions if they have already conducted several or sufficient studies or coordination with the different campuses all over the university about the numbers of the trash bins needed per colleges po.
Thank you. Good proponent, please respond to the question.
Okay, Mr. Chair, may I be recognized? Permission to speak vernacular, Mr. Chair?
Yes, you may.
Okay, given the question of the honorable representative from the body, this is already consulted, same, actually, yung pag-consult namin with the two resolution, with the GSO and the PDMO, sabay po yun. And sa kanila lang po mismo nanggaling na kulang talaga. Actually, may be allowed to present yung pinakababa. This is just for the sake of discussion, just for everyone to know what the problem we have right now. Ayan po. So here, given our consultation with the GSO, if given the no segregation, no collection policy, kahit every Friday po nagko-collect ang Legazpi City, hindi po nakukuha iyan. So given sa mga kakulangan ng segregation mechanism natin sa campus, and everyone are aware of that, mahirap ang availability ng basurahan sa Bicol University in general, yun po yung nangyayari. And this came from GSO na mismo. That's why we came there and, kami nag-offer ng help, and they are very supportive about it naman po. And hopefully this body would support this resolution as well.
May I be recognized, Mr. Chair?
Yes, you are recognized.
I acknowledge the reply of the proponent of the resolution, Mr. Chair, but allow me to confirm this question. Did the proponents only conducted observations and not researches about the proper waste disposals?
Mr. Chair, may I be recognized?
Yes, you are recognized.
We do appreciate po the concern of the honorable representative from the body. But yun, we think that the consultation to the department that is mainly job is to collect this trash or the garbage to the whole university is one thing enough to justify that we have the problem. Second of all, we think that even you don't have the studies, merely observation can say that there's no availability of trash cans. Let's go to the field. Let's go to ODCAL. Let's go to even CSSP. Kulang yung mga trash can natin. And that's very simple, or the bare minimum that we can offer. And hopefully, the body would accept that answer po. Thank you.
Okay, Mr. Chair, may I reply?
This will be the last exchange between the two since we are running out of time. Please proceed.
The question is a simple yes or no. And the question was if the proponents conducted researches about the statistics of how many specific trash bins are needed in per colleges. But allow my response to be in a form of manifestation, Mr. Chair. Since the proponents have already said that they have conducted several coordinations with the concerned organizations, it would have been it would have been better if you could have substantiate the resolutions by providing statistics on how many trash bins are really needed per colleges, so that we can, as the voting member of this assembly, we can make sure that our vote will be really good and it is a sound judgment po. That would be all. Thank you for the opportunity to speak, Mr.
Thank
Chair.
you. Please respond for one last time before we proceed to voting.
Mr. Chair, okay. Ayan po, I'm very thankful for the observation and for the manifestation of the body. And we do really understand that. And we stand firm and corrected by it. And hopefully with our discussion and more meetings and coordination with the other departments, we can assess kung ilan po talaga yung kailangan, because GLC is just the first step. We have more steps along our way, and this is not a absolute na mandated agad. There are still processes that we're going to encounter and many amendments along the way. Yun lang po, and Jerry, thank you so much.
Thank you for that. Now, having the discussions, let's proceed to the voting of the motion raised earlier. There is a motion to adopt this resolution, Resolution number 2, Series of 2025, on its second reading. Those who are in favor of the motion to adopt Resolution number 2, Series of 2025 in its second reading, please raise your hand. Thank you. Kindly lower your hand. Those who are against the motion, please raise your hand. Madam Secretary, please announce the votes.
There are 63 affirmative votes and 0 negative votes.
With 63 affirmative votes, the motion to adopt this resolution number 2, Series of 2025 in its second reading is carried. Proponent? Again, proponent, you are recognized.
Mr. Chair, may I be recognized?
Yes, you are recognized.
Given the motion, Mr. Chair, I move to dispense the third reading of the Resolution number 2, Series of 2025, entitled A Resolution Mandating the Strategic Installation of Trash Cans and Strengthening the Implementation of a Waste Management Mechanism in all campuses of Bicol University, and move to the third and final reading, Mr. Chair.
For clarification, I believe the motion is to dispense the reading proper in its third and final reading. Is that correct, good proponent?
Yes, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. There is a motion to dispense the reading proper of the third and final reading of Resolution number 2, Series of 2025. Is there any second? Motion has been seconded. Is there any discussion? Hearing none, let's proceed to voting. Those who are in favor of dispensing the reading proper of Resolution number 2, Series of 2025, please say aye. Those who are against the motion, please say nay. The ayes have it. The motion to dispense the reading proper of the Resolution number 2, Series of 2025 in its third and final reading is carried. Proponent?
Mr. Chair, may I be recognized?
Yes, you are recognized.
Mr. Chair, I move for the approval and ratification for the General Legislative Assembly Resolution number 2, Series of 2025, titled A Resolution Mandating the Strategic Installation of Trash Cans and Strengthening the Implementation of a Waste Management Mechanism in all campuses of Bicol University.
Thank you. There is a motion to adopt Resolution number 2, Series of 2025, a resolution mandating the strategic installation of trash cans and strengthening the implementation of a waste management mechanism in all campuses of Bicol University in its third and final reading. Is there any second? Motion has been seconded. Is there any discussion? Hearing none, let's proceed to voting. Those who are in favor of adopting Resolution Number 2, Series of 2025 in its third and final reading, please raise your hand. Thank you. Please lower your hand. Those who are against the motion to adopt the resolution on its third and final reading, please raise your hand. Madam Secretary, please announce the votes.
There are 71 affirmative votes and 1 negative vote.
With 71 affirmative votes and 1 negative vote, the motion to adopt Resolution Number 2, Series of 2025, a resolution mandating the strategic installation of trash cans and strengthening the implementation of a waste management mechanism in all campuses of Bicol University, is carried. Good proponent.
Mr. Chair, may I be recognized? I would just like to give my manifestation to the General Legislative Body because, Mr. Chair, permission to use my vernacular language. Because, Mr. Chair, it's already a high time that we make this kind of resolution that will not actually not just benefit the students, but also the utilities, the admin. So thank you so much, everyone, for supporting this cause.
Thank you and congratulations, good authors. We are halfway through to our new business, proceeding with our third and the halfway through resolution, Resolution Number 3, Series of 2025, a resolution establishing the baseline archival standard for student organizations through the creation and implementation of a centralized digital archiving and record management system for all recognized student organizations anchored on the OAIS standard ISO, and entrusting the College of Engineering Student Council to lead its formulation in collaboration with relevant university bodies. Good proponent, you are recognized.
Hello. Good morning, everyone. Mr. Chair, I move to dispense the first reading of Resolution Number 3, Series of 2025, and just deliver a brief executive summary and explain the resolution since given the fact that it is a very long resolution and a copy has been furnished already. Mr. Chair.
Yes, permission granted.
First reading.
There is a motion to dispense the reading proper of the Resolution Number 3, Series of 2025 in its first reading. Is there any second? Motion has been seconded. Is there any discussion? Hearing none, let's proceed to voting. Those who are in favor of dispensing the reading proper of Resolution Number 3, Series of 2025 in its first reading, please say aye. The ayes have it. Apologies. Those who are against the motion of dispensing the reading proper of Resolution Number 3, Series of 2025 in its first reading, those who are against the motion, please raise your hand. Madam Secretary, please announce the votes. Apologies. Those who are against the motion, please say nay. Apologies. Please observe proper decorum. I know that we are already halfway through and we have to really accomplish the order of business. Apologies on lapses on my end, but I hope we continue our cooperation on this General Legislative Assembly and maintain proper decorum. Once again, those who are against the motion, please say nay. The ayes have it. The motion to dispense the first reading, the reading proper of the first reading of Resolution Number 1, Series of 2025 is carried. Proponent.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you, everyone. Allow me to speak in vernacular language po so that I can explain it better. Honorable Chair, esteemed members of the General Legislative Assembly, student leaders, and our fellow scholars, in service of the Bicol University community, magandang umaga po sa inyong lahat. We, the representatives from the College of Engineering, stand before this body today not merely as proponents of these resolutions, but stewards of a shared institutional memory. Pinipresent po namin sa inyo ang Resolution Number 3, a measure born from a simple yet profound realization that our organization's legacies are fragile. Palagi po siyang nawawala. Their histories, if not preserved, are destined to be lost. The core of this resolution is a vision for continuity, transparency, and accountability. We seek an end to the turnover crisis. I know that hindi lang po kami ang nakaranas nito. Everyone has experienced that part during the start of their term kung saan hindi natin alam kung saan ba nakalagay ang mga documents natin. This inefficiency is a silent tax on our productivity and a barrier to our progress. We propose the baseline archival standard for student organizations, or BASO, a centralized, standardized digital archiving system. This is not just adding bureaucracy. It is about providing a robust and reliable tool that empowers our organizations to safeguard their valuable assets and their history. By anchoring this to a globally recognized system, which is the Open Archival Information System Standard, we ensure the solution is professional, is scalable, and built on proven principles of digital preservation. As leaders, we are not just managers of the present. We are custodians of the past and architects of the future. By passing this resolution, we fortify the foundations of student governance, and we humbly ask for your support in building this legacy together. Thank you so much.
Is there any motion that the good author want to raise regarding the first reading?
Mr. Chair, I move to adopt this the resolution number 3 series of 2025 for its first reading.
There is a motion to adopt resolution number 3 series of 2025 in its first reading. Is there any second? Motion has been seconded. Is there any discussion? Hearing none, let's proceed to voting. Those who are in favor of the motion to adopt resolution number 3 series of 2025 in its first reading, please raise your hand. Again, those who are in favor of the motion to adopt resolution number 3 series of 2025 in its first reading, please raise your hand. Thank you. Please lower your hand. Those who are against the motion to adopt this resolution on the first reading, please raise your hand. Thank you, Madam Secretary. Please announce the votes.
There are 59 affirmative votes and 0 negative votes.
With 59 affirmative votes, the motion to adopt this resolution on the first reading is carried. Good proponent.
Mr. Chair, before I provide a motion, may I please expand upon the resolution?
Mr. Chair, may I be recognized?
Yes, you are recognized.
This is a privileged motion. Upon the collective sentiments of my colleagues here in the legislature, the majority solicits to move for a 45-minute recess in order for us to refresh and to to comprehend what is happening, because hunger will not lead to good discussions. So I move, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. There is a motion to have a 45-minute recess for this General Legislative Council opening session. Is there any second? Motion has been seconded. Let's proceed to voting. Those who are in favor of the motion to have a 45-minute recess, please raise your hand. Please observe proper decorum. Thank you. Please lower your hand. Those who are against the motion, please raise your hand. Madam Secretary, please announce the votes.
Mixture, there are 71 affirmative votes and 0 negative votes.
Before I announce or formally act on this motion, let's be reminded that with this, you carry the accountability to show up on time within the 45-minute interval. With that, the affirmative votes have it. The motion to have a 45-minute recess is carried. Please return on or before 1 p.m. Thank you so much. And please be reminded that we only have until 3 p.m. So please go back in time. Thank you. of Resolution Number 3, Series of 2025 on its second reading and proceed directly to debates and discussion. Again, there is a motion to dispense the reading proper of Resolution Number 3, Series of 2025 on its second reading and proceed to the debates and discussion. Is there any second? Motion has been seconded. Is there any discussion? Hearing none, let's proceed to voting. Those who are in favor of the motion to dispense the reading proper of Resolution Number 3, Series of 2025 in its second reading, please say aye. Those who are against the motion, please say nay. The ayes have it. The motion to dispense the reading proper in the second reading of Resolution Number 3, Series of 2025 and proceed to the debates and discussion is carried. The proponent is now recognized, but before that, reminder to everyone that we will only allow 3 speakers from the author side and 3 speakers from the floor, and at maximum of 12 minutes with 6 minutes each. Good author, you may proceed.
Mr. Chair, may I please request to allow me to flash sa screen para po makita ng lahat what I will be explaining with regards to the resolution so that everyone can understand.
Permission granted.
Ayan, hello. I hope it is visible to everyone. So, I will be taking this short lang. As you can see on the screen, this is the OAIS standard model for archiving natin. For archiving the documents and providing safeguarding ng ating mga documents. And as you can see, it is a very complicated system. It has a lot of niches and napaka-rami ng pasikot-sikot. Now, what is the aim of this resolution? I would like to reiterate to everyone that the aim of this resolution is to create a standard based on this model of the OAIS. This doesn't mean that we will be creating a software. No. The software, it is just part ng magiging standards natin. The resolution, for clarification of everyone, is granting the College of Engineering the authority and the jurisdiction to craft these standards based on what we will find out sa mapag-aaralan namin from the OAIS model. Now, this is the functional entities ng OAIS natin, napakarami niya. But basically, there are 3 parts lang naman dyan. There is the submission, there is the archiving, and there is the dissemination. Una-una, with the submission, magpapasa lang naman yung ating mga officers ng mga files nila to the model. The second part is the archiving. This is where we will safeguard the documents natin kung saan hindi na po tayo makakapag-provide ng original copy nito. And sa third part natin is the dissemination. Yung dissemination part naman po natin is magbibigay lang tayo ng copy of that information from the archive section natin. It is simplified. Napakarami niya po ng niches, but to simplify it further, ang BASO po, it is just the guidelines and standards for this archival operations and system. Ito lang naman po ang pinakasimple niya na data flow of the standard operation. Mr. Chair, thank you.
Thank you. Is there any further discussion on the end of the floor? Any amendments, any concerns that they want to raise, please approach the mic.
Hello. Mr. Chair, may I be recognized?
Yes, you are recognized.
To the good author of the resolution, may I ask who can access the archives?
The discussion po with regards to access will be written pa with the standards or yung guidelines na mapuproduce po na for this resolution. Again, I would like to reiterate to everyone, this is just a resolution for the crafting ng ating standards and guidelines. Hindi pa po siya yung mismong guidelines.
Okay. However, you already included in the resolution that failure of any council or recognized organization to adopt the prescribed system without valid justification shall be subject to the rules and sanction of the USC in coordination with the OSAS. Can you please clarify to us how can we implement sanctions if you are still on the part of making the guidelines?
It is duly recognized, but thank you so much, Mr. Chair, for that clarification. So with regards to that, I think those sanctions and yung mga magiging guidelines po natin for that will still be consulted with our University Student Council once it is already crafted. Now, if meron po tayo doon ng some discussions, then during this reading po natin, we could pwede naman po natin siyang tanggalin for now in this resolution so that we could proceed with the crafting of the guidelines first before we implement those sanctions po.
Thank you so much. Just a reminder to those who will interpolate to remain at the mic when the proponent is still answering so that we may know if you are already satisfied with the answer. But proceeding to our second interpolator.
Okay. Before I would like to ask, or maybe to just manifest something for the proponent, I would like to have a motion for the...
To the honorable member, please seek recognition first before you proceed. Seek recognition first before you proceed.
Sorry, Mr. Chair, may I be recognized?
Proceed.
Okay. I would like to have a motion with the extension of the debate and discussion with regards to this resolution because there's a lot of lapses that we need to establish in order for this resolution to pass for the second or third reading. With that, a motion to extend the debate and discussion with 3 to 5 persons with the amount of 3 minutes per speaker, vice versa with the proponent itself. That's all.
May we clarify what is the total time of that suggestion?
5 speaker, a total of 3 minutes each.
Thank you. There is a motion to extend the period of debate with 5 speakers and with 3 minutes each per speaker. Is there any second? Motion has been seconded. Let's proceed to voting. Those who are in favor of the motion, please raise your hand. Thank you. Please lower your hand. May we remind the Sergeant at Arms to help with the counting of votes. Once again, those who are against the motion to extend the debate period, please raise your hand. Madam Secretary, please announce the votes.
There are 60 affirmative votes and 0 negative votes.
With 60 affirmative votes, the motion to extend the period of debate, having 5 speakers instead of 3, with 3 minutes each, is carried. Proceeding.
Mr. Chair, I would like to be recognized.
Yes, you are recognized.
Okay. With regards to the resolution itself, since I have 3 minutes for that, I would just like to just manifest with the resolution itself in terms of the structure itself. In terms of the whereas clauses, there is a singular or maybe very vernacular language po, Mr. Speaker.
Proceed.
Mr. Chair. Parang ang konti lang kasi ng mga whereas precedents doon sa pinakauna. Pwede naman sana siyang i-combine for the readers to actually have a concise and comprehensive reading. But in terms of the resolution, I would like to ask the proponent if this ISO model was actually implemented in Busan yet.
Hello. Ayan. So, this model, it is currently being adopted po within the Buseng CSE. Currently, if you would, sorry, Mr. Chair, may I recognize? Sorry. Currently, we are adopting digital systems within the College of Engineering. If I may be allowed to share some of that with you, kaso wala po na internet currently. But if I will be allowed to share with you and describe some of those, we have already created a transaction system within the CSE. It is a digital transaction system wherein kung saan all the files and yung mga paper trails, yes, paper trails and modifications are being recorded by an automatic digital system already. So it is a part na of this BASO. Now, the only things that are missing with regards to the system are yung sa archiving because it is a very challenging area to develop something.
Okay, thank you so much. Mr. Chair, I would like to direct this. Okay, with regards to the fiscal autonomy of UBOs, I am right now speaking on behalf of the minority. When it comes to the UBOs, we have this kind of reaccreditation process in USDS, as we all know. We are mandated to submit proposals, accomplishment reports, documentations that are necessary for reaccreditation. That is part of the UBO's accreditation processes. Now, if we have this kind of archival that you want to propose as part of, like for example, baseline archival standard for student organizations, does it actually parang would like go beyond the jurisdiction of this fiscal autonomy of UBOs in terms of they having the authority and the jurisdiction in terms of their specific documents that they need to fulfill to protect with? Kasi there are a lot of CBLs, e-signatures, photos, need consent, for example, the financial statements and standings, and accomplishment report at the very least needs the protection of UBOs itself. Especially there are university-based organizations that has a mother organization. What does it mean? For example, in the Office of the Ombudsman, BOIC, we have documentations that need to be submitted to the Office of the Ombudsman, not just in the USDS. If we're going to have this archival-based standard that we're going to implement in this university as part of the all PSCs and UBOs, that will be actually problematic on our end, where in fact these documents need to be preserved and be protected on the fiscal autonomy of our jurisdiction as a university-based organization. What are your thoughts on that?
Mr. Chair, to recognize that it doesn't mean naman that the system will be able to directly access those documents. What this resolution means and the guidelines mean is that magbibigay po kami of a standard and a structure because it is given that for each organizations, we have different ways of managing our resources. Meron tayo ng iba't ibang ginagamit na mga applications. We use other cloud services like Google Drive, OneDrive, and everything, all that. With the resolution in mind and this system in mind, it is more of a guideline reference or a suggestion on how archiving will work. Yun po yung ano. I think nagkakaroon po na ang nagkakaroon tayo ng confusion when it comes doon sa kung ano ba talaga ang magiging implementation of this resolution. Again, this will serve as a guideline. For example, itong OAIS natin, the Open Archival Information System or the reference model, it is not a hard-bound naman na system being adopted by different organizations. It is just their reference on their archival processes po.
Okay, Mr. Chair, may I be recognized?
You have only 30 seconds left, so please just respond. Thank you.
Okay, if it's going to just like a reference for our university-based organization in the university, bakit on the resolution itself, you're going to have establishing the student organization or BASO as itself. Where in fact, sa resolution mo, is nakalagay ka na ng mga standard in terms yun nga, sabi ng ating college student sa sa CL na nagkakaroon na ng standardization kung we're going to kung hindi kami magko-comply is mabibigyan kami ng sanctions or whatnot. Where in fact, it's already on the jurisdiction, for example, on the USDS. In terms of these documentations, even the IBC has these jurisdiction on the UBOs. So what is the very purpose of this resolution of yours? And at the very least, since I only have 30 seconds, why Buseng CSE is the one who's going to be partnered on this specific resolution?
So, Mr. Chair. Okay, so first off, let's answer the question with regards doon sa mga sanctions that are already written and implemented in this resolution. Now, I would like to request the assistance of everyone, of course, to what do you call this? To scrutinize the contents, especially since we are at the discussions and debate parts. If there is anyone who would like to raise a motion to strike something within this resolution, we are very open as the authors of this resolution, so that we still achieve the goal for the implementation of this resolution. Now, for the second part, bakit po College of Engineering ang ating pagkakatiwalaan in implementing this resolution? During the crafting of this resolution, actually, we also question the same thing. Bakit nga ba College of Engineering? Shouldn't this be information technology centered na initiative, so that we are able to really dive into the technicalities? To answer that question, I would like to recall the philosophy of the College of Engineering. The College of Engineering is focused on systems. We are focusing on the innovations for the systems na kung ano pa yung magagawa. It doesn't mean that we will be directly developing those technicalities. That is why in the resolution itself, it is stated that we will be working with relevant student bodies, especially with the support of our University Student Council, to develop this system and guidelines. College of Engineering, well, of course, within our academic academic journey, we are being faced with different manuals of operations on how to work with systems. That is why I would like to encourage everyone to see this perspective in which the College of Engineering will be able to provide this comprehensive system for the archiving operations of the student organizations in Bicol University.
Thank you for that. We also have room for 3 more speakers for the floor.
Okay. Mr. Chair, I would like to be recognized once again.
Your time has already lapsed, and we will encourage 3 other speakers from the floor to speak also their sentiments, so we have fair representation in this assembly.
Mr. Chair, may I be recognized?
Yes, you are recognized.
So, clarification to the honorable proponent of this resolution. What this resolution actually seeks is to have college student councils on board with the idea of establishing a standardized baseline archiving system for all our documents, right?
Yes.
And then after this resolution will be the creation of the roadmap and the implementing rules and regulation for this archiving system, right?
Yes.
So, in this, just a point of manifestation, that since it will be involving college student councils, I would like to manifest that you also include representatives from all the college student councils, at least one, so that you could be in close coordination with the CSEs. So that kapag ipipresent na yung roadmap, it would already have inputs from different CSEs. And it's not just solely from Buseng CSE and other related bodies. So my manifestation, Mr. Chair, is to have Buseng CSE have representatives from the different college student councils in the creation of the roadmap and implementing rules and regulations for the said standard of archiving.
Thank you. That was just in the form of a manifestation. Does the good author wish to respond to that manifestation?
Mr. Chair. Yes, thank you so much for that manifestation. Actually, we would be very indulged kapag nagkaroon pa tayo ng more collaborations in developing this standard operations. Kasi, as I've already mentioned, di ba ang perspective ng College of Engineering is more on the system. How about its, di ba yung ethics ng kanyang implementation, especially yung mga, especially those technicalities that we cannot cover naman. So thank you so much for the suggestion, and I hope that the other college student councils that are present here would also be interested in participating in developing this system further. Thank you so much.
Thank you for that, but just a reminder to everyone that that still remains as a point of manifestation and is still non-binding to the content of the resolution. So just a reminder, should anyone want to raise a proper motion. Proceeding.
Mr. Chair, may I be recognized?
Yes, you are recognized.
In light of the recent manifestation made by the honorable member from the College of Arts and Letters, this representation seeks to include in the last be it further resolved clause. This resolution shall take effect immediately upon approval with the Busang CSC alongside the representatives from the various college student councils of Bicol University, including the minority floor leader for representation of university-based organization. That will be all, Mr.
Thank you. The good member of the assembly is requested to proceed here and inform our secretaries of that specific motion so that we may be well guided in our discussion. Before we proceed to acknowledging the motion, to ensure that we are guided with proper discussion, the author is here with the Deputy Secretary General to properly encode the said proposed amendment. Thank you. To guide us in our discussion, can the good author reiterate his motion?
To reiterate my motion, I move that the last be it further resolved clauses should have the following additions, which are the following. This resolution shall take effect and immediately upon approval with the Busang CSC, with a representative from the college student councils, and the minority floor leader to represent the university-based organization required to present a comprehensive implementation roadmap within 60 days of adoption. So move, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. There is a motion to amend the resolution as presented in the screen. Is there any second? Motion has been seconded. Is there any discussion? Hearing none, let's proceed to voting. Those who are in favor of the motion to amend the resolution as presented in the screen, please raise your hand. Thank you. Please lower your hand. Those who are against the motion to amend the resolution as presented in the screen, please raise your hand. Madam Secretary, please announce the votes.
There are 73 affirmative votes and 0 negative votes.
With 73 affirmative votes, the motion to amend the resolution as presented on the screen is carried. Proceeding, we can accommodate one more from the floor who has not yet talked to the mic. To the honorable member who raised the motion, since you have remaining time, do you want to add to that?
This representation does not seek to add any more to my time. That will be all, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Once again, the floor is open to one more member of the GLC for the further discussion and deliberation of the resolution number 3 series of 2025. There being no further discussion from the floor, let's proceed to voting. Those who are in favor of the motion of adopting Resolution number 2, series of 2025 on its second reading, please raise your hand. Again, since the debates and discussions has lapsed, those who are in favor of the motion to adopt the resolution on its second reading, please raise your hand. Thank you. Please lower your hands. Those who are against the motion to adopt the resolution number 3 series of 2025 in its second reading, please raise your hand. Thank you. Please lower your hands, Madam Secretary.
There are 36 affirmative votes and 22 negative votes.
With 36 affirmative votes, the motion to adopt the resolution number 3 series of 2025 in its second reading is carried. Proceed, good author.
Mr. Chair, before I raise a motion, I would like to give a manifestation first.
Proceed.
Thank you so much. Before we proceed po to the third for this resolution, I would just like to first of all really clarify the goal of this. Again, hindi naman po ibig sabihin that this resolution will be directly affecting your already established files and mga documents po that you have in your organizations. What we will be doing is we will be coordinating with everyone as with the amendments presented and approved kanina to really set a standard and guidelines for the archival of our future documents. Now, what will be the benefit of this for everyone? Una-una, it will be much easier for the transition of leadership and governance to our next student leaders. We will not be experiencing anymore those gaps when it comes to the history of the organizations. Because mind you, everyone, it is very important that we know the history of our organization so that we can learn from the past mistakes of this organization. Especially, I'm talking about those documents, especially evaluation reports. What we will learn from our term this year will be very helpful for the terms in the upcoming years, hindi lang sa susunod na taon, sa susunod pa po na 10 taon, kapag accessible pa rin ang ating documents. I would like you to carry this forward-thinking perspective that we will be able to establish better student governance through archiving operations. And I want you to see that one of the path towards really an innovative and secured student governance for Bicol University is our ability na magkaroon tayo ng system to look back at the records and history of our organizations. Thank you so much po, Mr. Chair. And
that manifestation is noted, and we can just proceed with the assembly if there is a motion that is raised on the floor. So, good author.
Mr. Chair, I would like to raise a motion to dispense the third reading and proceed to the approval of the resolution number 3 series of 2025.
Thank you. There is a motion to dispense the reading proper of resolution number 3 series of 2025 in its third and final reading. Is there any second? Motion has been seconded. Is there any discussion? Hearing none, let's proceed to voting. Those who are in favor of dispensing the reading proper of resolution number 3 series of 2025 in its third and final reading, please say aye. Those who are against the motion, please say nay. The ayes have it. The motion to dispense the reading proper of resolution number 3 series of 2025 in its third and final reading is carried. Good proponent.
Thank you so much. Mr. Chair, before we proceed to the approval of the resolution number 2005, I would like to deliver another manifestation.
That is permitted, but please keep it concise in the spirit of our limited time.
So before we proceed to the approval, I would like to remind everyone, of course, that we will be part of crafting these guidelines and resolutions, of the standardizations of this resolution. So you will be part, of course, and you will have a say on the system that will happen kung paano ba natin ito gagawin. And we are hoping that you would be able to help us in crafting the guidelines because this will benefit everyone, the student organizations of Bicol University. Thank you so much, Mr. Chair.
Thank you for that manifestation. Does the good author want to raise any motion?
Mr. Chair, I would like to raise a motion to adopt the resolution number 3, series of 2025 for its third and final reading.
There is a motion to adopt resolution number 3, series of 2025 in its third and final reading. Is there any second? Motion has been seconded. Is there any discussion? Hearing none, let's proceed to voting. Those who are in favor of adopting resolution number 3, series of 2025 in its third and final reading, please raise your hand. Thank you. Please lower your hand. Those who are against the motion of adopting resolution number 3, series of 2025 in its third and final reading, please raise your hand. Thank you. Please lower your hands. Madam Secretary, please announce the number of votes.
There are 38 affirmative votes and 20 negative votes.
Thank you. With 38 affirmative votes, resolution number 3, series of 2025, a resolution establishing the baseline archival standard for student organization, BASO, through the creation and implementation of a centralized digital archiving and record management system for all recognized student organizations, anchored on the OAS standard, ISO, and entrusting the College of Engineering Student Council to lead its formulation in collaboration with relevant university bodies, is approved in its third and final reading. Thank you. Good author.
Honorable Chair, Justin David Reynoso and esteemed members of the General Legislative Assembly, thank you for your time and thoughtful consideration. Again, thank you so much for those points that were pondered upon that can be improved further sa magiging guidelines natin. The resolution before you is a commitment to our future. It is a promise to the next generation of Bicol University student leaders that we will live our shared house in better order than we found it. It is a declaration that the history, struggle, and achievements of every student organizations matter and deserve to be preserved. Let us work together to build a stronger, more transparent, and more resilient foundation for student governance. On behalf of the proponents of the College of Engineering, maraming salamat po.
Thank you so much. Promptly proceeding to our fourth resolution, a resolution enjoining all college student councils of Bicol University to implement student rights and welfare, straw-centered programs and activities in support of student development and the United Nations Sustainable Development Goals SDGs. The good author is recognized.
Hello. Good afternoon, honorable members of this legislative body, presidents, representatives, chairpersons of UBOs, editors-in-chief. Good afternoon, chief legislative officer. Good afternoon, USCs. Good afternoon. I stand before you today to present resolution number 4, resolution enjoining all college student councils of Bicol University to implement student rights and welfare, straw-centered programs and activities in support of student development and the United Nations Sustainable Development Goals. Allow me to read the clauses. Number 1, whereas the 1987 Philippine Constitution affirms that the state values the dignity of every human person and guarantees full respect of human rights, a principle that must be reflected not only in government but also in university student governance. Whereas the same Constitution recognizes that the state shall protect and promote the right of all citizens to quality education at all levels and shall take appropriate steps to make such education accessible to all, which includes safeguarding the rights and welfare of students within learning institutions. Whereas Article 2, Section 13 of the Constitution declares the youth as nation builders, whose intellectual, moral, and social well-being must be promoted and protected, a constitutional directive that extends to student councils as youth-led democratic bodies. Whereas the United Nations Sustainable Development Goals emphasizes the indivisibility of human development and rights, particularly SDG number 4, quality education, SDG number 5, gender equality, SDG number 10, reduced inequalities, and SDG number 16, peace, justice, and strong institutions. Whereas the BU University Student Council, Constitution, and bylaws explicitly mandates student government to strengthen and protect the students' democratic rights and welfare. That is stated in Article 2, Section 2. Yes, Article 2, Section 2, Clause F. And empowers the General Legislative Council to legislate resolutions for student welfare. That is stated in Article 7, Section 3, Clause A. Whereas the same CBL establishes the Standing Committee on Student Rights and Welfare, Article 9, Section 8, tasked with overseeing violations of rights and organizing fora and symposia, thereby recognizing straw not as optional, but as a core responsibility of student governments. For your information, we haven't yet conducted the election on the standing committees of GLC. Therefore, the incumbent straw chairperson of the GLC is Mr. Mark Lesser Esto. Furthermore, whereas, please take note of this, despite these legal and institutional guarantees, many student councils within the university continue to prioritize spectacle over substance, devoting disproportionate funds to leisure activities such as rave parties and concerts, while leaving rights and welfare programs underfunded and underdeveloped. Whereas a student government that invests in entertainment without equal commitment to rights and welfare betrays its democratic mandate, reducing leadership to event management instead of defense of dignity, justice, and inclusion. Apologies. Whereas institutionalizing straw-centered activities across all colleges ensures that student government not only entertain, but also educate, empower, and protect their constituencies in accordance with law, duty, and conscience. Now therefore be it resolved that the General Legislative Assembly of Bicol University enjoins all college student councils to institutionalize at least one straw-centered program or activity per semester, including, but not limited to rights awareness campaigns, gender and development initiatives, welfare and mental health drives, or SDG-aligned projects. Resolved further that CSE treasurers, please do take note of this, that CSE treasurers shall be authorized and tasked to appropriate, and earmark a fair portion of their council's budget for straw-centered initiatives, ensuring that rights and welfare projects are given due priority alongside other student activities, provided that such appropriations shall be approved by the Finance Committee and subjected to existing auditing rules and procedures, and provided further that appropriations may vary in accordance with the stipulated clauses of each CSE's constitution and bylaws, thereby not bypassing any constitutional provisions. Resolved further that the implementation of straw-centered initiatives shall be within the discretion of each college student councils in assigning which committee or body shall spearhead such activities. However, it is strongly recommended that the respective college straw committees were established take the lead in order to align programs with their mandate on students' rights and welfare. Resolved further that all straw-centered activities shall be reported to the USC Standing Committee on Students' Rights and Welfare for accountability, consolidation, and monitoring of compliance. Resolved finally that copies of this resolution shall take effect at the start of the second semester of academic year 2025-2026, and copies be furnished to the University Student Council, all college student councils, and OSAS for their information, guidance, and appropriation actions with the SDGs. With that being said, I move for its adoption on its first reading.
Thank you. There is a motion to adopt resolution number 4 series of 2025 on its first reading. Is there any second? Motion has been seconded. Is there any discussion? Hearing none, let's proceed to voting. Those who are in favor of the motion to adopt resolution number 4 series of 2025 in its first reading, please raise your hand. Thank you. Please lower your hands. Madam Secretary General, please announce the votes. Apologies. Those who are against the motion to adopt this resolution on its first reading, please raise your hand. Madam Secretary, please announce the number of votes.
There are 62 affirmative votes and 0 negative votes.
With 62 affirmative votes, the motion to adopt resolution number 4 series of 2025 in its first reading is carried. Proponent?
Mr. Chair, I move for the adoption of resolution number 4 series of 2025. So move, Mr. Chair.
That motion will be ruled out of order since we're still in the reading proper.
Apologies.
So please be reminded of that.
I stand corrected. I proceed with the second reading of the resolution number 4 series of 2025. With that, Mr. Chair, I move to dispense, save time, the second reading of resolution number 4 series of 2025. Thank you very much.
Thank you. There is a motion to dispense the reading proper of resolution number 4 series of 2025 in its second reading. Is there any second? Motion has been seconded. Is there any discussion? Hearing none, let's proceed to voting. Those who are in favor of dispensing the reading proper of resolution number 4 series of 2025 in its second reading, please say aye. Those who are against the motion, please say nay. The ayes have it. The motion to dispense the reading proper of resolution number 4 series of 2025 in its second reading is carried. Good author.
Mr. Chair, I move to open the discussion and deliberation of resolution number 4 on its second reading. So move, Mr. Chair.
Again, the motion that we need to, in order for the assembly to move forward, we have to work on a motion to adopt this resolution. So please to the good author, clarify the motion that you are raising to the body. Thank you.
Apologies. I move to adopt resolution number 4 on its second reading. So move, Mr. Chair.
There is a motion to adopt resolution number 4, series of 2025 in its second reading. Is there any second? Motion has been seconded. Is there any discussion?
Point of inquiry, Mr. Chair. The motion is to adopt the second reading. Parang kulang lang and proceed to our deliberation and discussion, Mr. Chair. You know.
Apologies. Rectifying the order that we have now, since there is a motion already carried on the floor, let's just have the debate on this period since we are opening the discussion on the motion. So we will still be having a debate and discussion, but now with the motion prevailing on the floor. So now the floor is open for any discussion on the motion to adopt the resolution on its second reading. Proceed.
Hello. Mr. Chair, may I be recognized?
Yes, you are recognized.
I do support the resolution being passed by the honorable representative coming from CSSP. Just have some amendments. Permission to speak vernacular, Mr. Chair. Here's whereas the same CBI establishes the Standing Committee on Student Rights and Welfare. Pwede po paano sa ating technical. Thank you so much. Sige po. Kung sa may, yan. Baba. The same CBL establishes standing committee on, may I want just include dyan sa task with overseeing violation of rights in University College of Law. For it na and procedure shutting address with expertise of the DLP. So for me, this is a motion. Add the legally law. So, Mr. Chair.
Before we act on that motion, can the good member of the GLC proceed here to coordinate with our secretariat so that this body will be guided on the motion?
Point of may I recognize, Mr. Chair?
Yes, you are recognized.
I
Yes, and that's the debate that we are having right now.
already raised a motion while there.
Yes, that's why we will be acting to the amendment first before we proceed to the motion to adopt. Again, to the good member of the GLC, please reiterate your motion to amend. Again, the good member of the GLC is asked to reiterate his motion for the clarification of the body.
I move to amend the office of the university. So move, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. there is a motion to amend the resolution as presented in the screen. Is there any second? Motion has been seconded. Is there any discussion? Having that, let's proceed to voting. Those who are in favor of the motion to add the legal office in that specific whereas clause as presented in the screen, please raise your hand. Thank you. Kindly lower your hands. Those who are against the motion to amend the resolution as presented in the screen, please raise your hand. Thank you. Please lower your hands. Madam Secretary, please announce the votes.
There are 54 affirmative votes and 5 negative votes.
With 54 affirmative votes, the motion to amend the resolution in the specific whereas clause to add the word Legal Affairs Office of Bicol University is carried. Proceeding to the motion that we have, the pending motion that we have to adopt the resolution on its second reading, is there any further discussion?
Mr. Chair, may I be recognized?
Yes, you are recognized.
To read, there is this specific whereas clause that states, whereas, despite legal and institutional guarantees, many student councils within the university continue to prioritize spectacle over substance, devoting disproportionate funds to leisure activities such as rave parties and concerts. This is insinuating that we have college student councils that do this. So therefore, I would like to challenge the honorable proponent of this resolution to name these college student councils. Because the mere fact that you stated here that many student councils, therefore, meron. So who are these college student councils? Because if you cannot name these college student councils, then I would like to raise a motion to remove this specific whereas clause.
May I be recognized? Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker from the body. Okay. Actually, it is eminent, or it is apparent to us that most college student councils, even us in CSSP, we have MMCSSP, we have rave parties, because it has been a tradition of our college student councils. And I can name every college student councils, beginning with us, CSSP. We have rave parties because it has been a tradition. We have CAL, we have rave parties in CAL. In CBEM, in SENG, in IDEA, in, let's say, in all. But you see, Madam Speaker, you see, I am not belittling the college student council. I'm not belittling the college student councils, but for the sake of preserving this resolution, I move to amend the seventh whereas clause, despite these legal institutional guarantees, because we do not want to start a commotion here. Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. So move.
Before we acknowledge that motion, does the good member of the GLC want to reply?
I would like, as a reply, I hope that the honorable proponent and those who would be crafting resolutions in the future be more careful of the words that they would be using, because this specific clause comes off as an attack, direct insult to college student councils, specifically with this line, while leaving rights and welfare programs underfunded and underdeveloped. Excuse me? It may be a fact that college student councils have leisure activities, but college student councils like CAL, we do not leave student development programs underfunded and underdeveloped. So that's it, Mr. Chair and honorable proponent.
Thank you for that, honorable member. With that, the motion raised on the floor is a motion to remove the seventh whereas clause on the resolution number 4 series of 2025. Is there any second? Motion has been seconded. Is there any further discussion? Hearing none, let's proceed to voting. Those who are in favor of the motion to remove the seventh whereas clause, despite this legal and institutional guarantees, many student councils within the university continue to prioritize spectacle over substance, devoting disproportionate funds to leisure activities such as rave parties and concerts, while leaving rights and welfare programs underfunded and underdeveloped. Again, those who are in favor of the motion to remove this whereas clause, please raise your hand. Those who are in favor of the motion to remove this whereas clause, please raise your hand. Thank you. Please lower your hands. Those who are against the motion to amend this resolution as presented on the screen, please raise your hands. Madam Secretary.
There are 64 affirmative votes and 0 negative votes.
With 64 affirmative votes, the motion to remove the seventh whereas clause is carried. Proceeding, again, the pending motion that we have on the floor is a motion to adopt this resolution on its second reading. Is there any further discussion? The good president from the College of Law will be the last for this specific resolution.
Mr. Chair, may I be recognized?
Yes, you are recognized.
To support the deletion of the second whereas clause, can we also, I move to delete also the third whereas clause, wherein it insinuate, sir, dun pa rin tayo. Sorry. A student government that invests in entertainment without equal commitment to rights and welfare betrays its democratic mandate, reducing leadership to event management. As the whereas clause that was deleted, it is also an insinuation to the CSE that the CSE is only an event management council. So, I move to delete the third whereas clause. 8 ba? Sorry na, kaya naman po. Sorry po. The 8 whereas clause of the present resolution.
Thank you for that. Does the good author wish to respond first?
May I be recognized? Thank you very much, Honorable President of the College of Law. Since it is parallel to the first deleted whereas clause, then I accept that, and we accept that. To further, how they say this, to further preserve and continue the pushing of this resolution, I stand corrected. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Once again, there is a motion to delete the 8 whereas clause, a student government that invests in entertainment without equal commitment to rights and welfare betrays its democratic mandate, reducing leadership to event management, instead the defense of dignity, justice, and inclusion. Is there any second to the motion? Motion has been seconded. Is there any discussion? Hearing none, let's proceed to voting. Those who are in favor of the motion to remove the specific whereas clause as presented in the screen, please raise your hand. Thank you. Please lower your hands. Those who are against the motion to remove the whereas clause as presented in the screen, please raise your hand. Madam Secretary.
There are 76 affirmative votes and 0 negative votes.
With 76 affirmative votes, the motion to remove or delete the 8 whereas clause is carried. Promptly proceeding, let's now proceed to the voting of the pending motion that we have, which is to adopt the resolution number 4 series of 2025 in its second reading. Those who are in favor of the motion to adopt resolution number 4 series of 2025 in its second reading, please raise your hand. Thank you. Please lower your hand. Those who are against the motion, please raise your hand. Madam Secretary.
There are 60 affirmative votes and 0 negative votes.
With 60 affirmative votes, the motion to adopt Resolution Number 4, Series of 2025 in its second reading is carried. Proponent?
Mr. Chair, I move to dispense the reading of Resolution Number 4 on its third and final reading and proceed with its deliberation. So move.
Does the good author want to reiterate that motion and clarify?
Sorry, I move to dispense the reading of Resolution Number 4 on its third and final reading and proceed with its deliberation, ratification, and approval.
Thank you for that, proponent. With that, there is a motion to dispense the reading proper of Resolution Number 4, Series of 2025 in its third and final reading. Is there any second? Motion has been seconded. Is there any further discussion? Hearing none, those who are in favor of dispensing the reading proper of Resolution Number 4, Series of 2025 in its third and final reading, please say aye. Those who are against the motion, please say nay. The ayes have it. The motion to dispense the reading proper of Resolution Number 4, Series of 2025 is carried. Good author.
I would just like to make a manifestation, or not a manifestation really, just a, sorry. I move to adopt Resolution Number 4, a series of 2025 on its third and final reading.
Thank you. There is a motion to adopt Resolution Number 4, Series of 2025 in its third and final reading. Is there any second? Motion has been seconded. Is there any discussion? Hearing none, let's proceed to voting. Those who are in favor of adopting Resolution Number 4, Series of 2025 in its third and final reading, please raise your hand. Again, those who are in favor of the motion to adopt Resolution Number 4, Series of 2025 in its third and final reading, please raise your hand. Thank you. Please lower your hands. Those who are against the motion to adopt Resolution Number 4, Series of 2025 in its third and final reading, please raise your hand. Madam Secretary.
There are 59 affirmative votes and 0 negative votes.
With 59 affirmative votes and 0 negative votes, Resolution Number 4, Series of 2025, a resolution enjoining all college student councils of Bicol University to implement student rights and welfare, straw-centered programs and activities in support of student development and the United Nations Sustainable Development Goals, SDGs, is approved in its third and final reading. Thank you. Good proponent.
Mr. Chair, may I be recognized?
Yes, you are recognized.
For my final statement, I would like to thank everybody who worked with me in the crafting of this resolution, some of which are in the House right now. And I would just like to explain the two clauses that were removed earlier. Apologies, it was, it was, how do you say this? It was unforeseen because I was writing it on a very, how do you say this? A bad state, I guess, or I was just trying to find a main motivation in writing this resolution. Kasi we've realized that if we can appropriate funds on our parties and on our events, that could only mean that we can do the same for activities that are for the students' welfare, right? So, yeah, I stand corrected and I will be watching my words from now on. And thank you very much for your support for this resolution. And we will seek and we will try to actualize that Bicol University is actually a university for humanity. And I rest my case.
Thank you so much. Moving forward, for the next resolution, a resolution repealing Resolution Number 2, Series of 2024, a resolution revising the Constitution and bylaws of the University Student Council, creating the Constitutional Convention that will draft the proposed Constitution and bylaws. I will be relinquishing my post to the pro tempore Mix Russell Advincula.
For the next resolution, a resolution repealing Resolution Number 2, Series of 2024, a resolution revising the Constitution and bylaws of the University Student Council, creating the Constitutional Convention that will draft the proposed Constitution and bylaws. The honorable proponent of this resolution is hereby recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Allow me to read the content of this resolution since this is just very short. So, allow me to read it in its entirety. The first whereas clause, whereas the General Legislative Council serves as the legislative arm of the University Student Council, duly constituted under its constitution and bylaws, vested with the authority to formulate, enact, and amend policies, resolutions, and legislative measures necessary for effective governance, operation, and representation of the student body. Whereas, Resolution Number 2, Series of 2024, a resolution revising the Constitution and bylaws of the University Student Council, creating the Constitutional Convention that will draft the proposed Constitution and bylaws, was approved and ratified in its third and final reading during the opening session of the General Legislative Council on November 13, 2025. Whereas, the Constitutional Convention or the CONCON was mandated by the resolution to present the revised constitution to the GLC and finally to the student body before the academic year is dissolved. Whereas the CONCON began to carry out its functions and had its first meeting on February 9, 2025. Whereas 2 out of its 4 meetings had failed to constitute a quorum. Whereas only 2 out of the 8 committees were able to provide a committee report outlining their suggested amendments, namely the Committee on Student Rights, Duties, Membership, and Preamble, and the Committee on Executive Branch. Whereas, on September 1, 2025, the former president of the CONCON called for the dissolution of the current membership of the Constitutional Convention and called for holding a new election of its members. The reasons cited were the lack of cooperation among members of the convention and the lapse of academic year 2024-2025. Whereas, the Office of the Chief Legislative Officer acted on this matter by opening the virtual nomination for CONCON members coming from the members of the GLC on September 4, 2025. 2 weeks later, on September 19, 2025, only 10 GLC members were nominated. Whereas, this sets a clear precedent as to possibly experiencing the same problem of maintaining active participation in the CONCON. Whereas, such circumstances deem the CONCON to be an ineffective mechanism of amending and revising the USC CBL. Whereas, proactiveness must be sought regarding this matter to ensure improved productivity and efficiency. Now, therefore, be it resolved as it is hereby resolved that Resolution Number 2, Series of 2024, a resolution revising the Constitution and bylaws of the USC, creating the CONCON that will draft the proposed Constitution and bylaws, be repealed. Now, therefore, be it resolved that by virtue of the repealment, the CONCON in its composition outlined by Resolution Number 2, Series of 2024, shall no longer be convened. Resolved further that the GLC pursue alternative means of amending the USC CBL, such as what is stipulated in Article 17, Amendments and Revision of the current USC CBL, subject to the discussion and approval of the body. Resolved finally that this resolution shall immediately take effect upon its ratification. With that, Mr. Chair, I move to adopt Resolution Number 5, Series of 2025 in its first reading.
There is a motion to adopt the Resolution Number 5, Series of 2025 for its first reading. Are there any questions? Hearing none, let's proceed to the voting. Those who are in favor of Those who, pardon. Do I hear a second? Having been duly seconded, is there any questions from the body? Hearing none, let's proceed to the vote. Those who are in favor, please say aye. Those who are not in favor, please say nay. The ayes have it. The motion to adopt the reading of Resolution Number 5, Series of 2025 is hereby approved on its first reading.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. With that, to promptly proceed, I move to dispense the reading proper of Resolution Number 5, Series of 2025 in its second reading and proceed directly to the debates and discussions.
There is a motion to dispense the second reading of the Resolution Number 5, Series of 2025 and proceed to its deliberation and discussion. Do I hear a second? Duly seconded. Do I hear a question from the body? Hearing none, let's proceed to the vote. Those who are in favor, please raise your right hand. Sergeant at Arms, please facilitate the voting. Sorry, let's use the viva voce. Those who are in favor, please say aye. Those who are not in favor, please say nay. The ayes have it. The motion is hereby adopted. Please proceed, Mr. Proponent.
Allow me first to start my case by saying this very clearly to all of you. We will still, despite repealing the CONCON in its current form, rest assured that we will still revamp the Constitution and bylaws. Let that be very clear to everyone. And why repeal the CONCON in the first place? In my capacity as a secretary of the CONCON, it became very frustrating that in every meeting, almost we have to beg the members just to reach a quorum. The lack of productivity is very concerning. And one cannot blame the members and remove accountability from the policy. Because if the members are no longer engaged with said policy, then plain and simple, it's no longer working. I've been a supporter of the CONCON when I was the CEC representative of PUGMRIGD. I also fought for it. I believed in it. But of course, we have to think rationally. And the most obvious path is what is stipulated in our CBL. And the first step for us to follow that is to repeal the CONCON that will hold us back. Because imagine, during the nominations for the CONCON, it was something that I promptly acted upon. Yet, the turnout from the GLC members is very low. Let us not kid ourselves. Really, let's just be honest and reflect on our priorities as legislators. I know that there is a more efficient manner, and that this efficient manner is what is stipulated in our CBL. So your support in repealing the CONCON will really help for us to move forward and do something better. Because this resolution is not meant for political gain, not meant for political theatrics, but it's meant to facilitate proper legislative processes in our GLC. And with that, I am now open to the deliberations that will be happening from the floor. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Proponent. The floor is now open for the deliberation from the body.
Mr. Chair, may I be recognized?
The honorable member is hereby recognized.
Before I start, I am Cedric De Los Santos, and I am not standing here not just as a proxy of the BU Leaders League of Democrats, but also the president of the Constitutional Convention. I understand. Before I start, Mr. Chair, may I engage in the vernacular language and also to engage in colloquy with the proponent of this resolution.
You are hereby permitted.
Thank you. Okay. Dito, hindi, alam mo, parehas ninyo na ano lang rin ako kasi ang dami ng bagay or ang tagal nang ginawa talaga ang idea na ang Constitution and Bylaws of the University Student Council shall be revised. Hindi lang ito nagsimula noong 2024. Hindi lang ito nagsimula noong 2023, ng panahon pa nila Ate Remy Baldorado. Hindi rin ito nagsimula noong term pa nila Ate Asher. Nagsimula pa ito noong term pa nila Kuya Earl Vincent Vista. 2017 pa ito nagsimula. And now, we are here. We are making progress. That is one of the things that the Constitutional Convention is really proud to be. I have 5. 5 lang kanina. Pero now I have 6 points on this. Number 1, in the resolution, it said that I quote it as generalization of lack of progress. I see 2 out of 10 committees submitted their committee reports. And 2 of the meetings have their quorum. That is correct. But in the sense, are we saying na walang progress ang Constitutional Convention in the first place? Kung meron ng 2 meeting, meron ng 2 committee na nagpasa ng reports nila. That's another one. We can see it in the we can see it that the progress either, alam niyo yung logic na kalahating empty na baso or at kalahating puno. Did you get me? Number 2, special circumstances that affected the conduct of CONCON. This one, the Constitutional Convention or this resolution has been adopted during November 2024. But the actual implementation of this resolution happened February 2025. Ang sabi sa resolution, 2 buwan maggagawa ng amendment ang Constitutional Convention. Pero lahat sa atin, we are student politicians. We all know that after February, anong sumunod? Marso. Sumunod na mga, yung Marso na yan, April na yan, panahon na yan para mag-prepare ng eleksyon. And most of the members of the General Legislative Council during that time, hindi nag-a-attend ng meeting. Bakit? Nagpe-prepare na. Or if not, I don't know, maybe they are taking their midterms. Maybe they have their own priorities. But the very fact that hindi nagkaroon ng magandang implementation of this resolution because of the very fact na papalapit na ang election during that time. I understand. Number 3, GLC membership is meant also to not satisfy or achieve the CONCON due to lack of participation. And number 4, CONCON will not be able or wishful thinking to achieve the Constitution writing within a day. Tama ba na
Your time is up, Mr. Speaker. You already consumed 3 minutes.
Okay. If I am going to stop my manifestation on this very resolution, I don't know if the body will try to approve my motion to give me the time to speak.
In view of such manifestation, the chair grants you an additional 2 minutes.
I'm sorry, Mr. Chair, but I move to finish my manifestation. I move to finish my manifestation. That is a motion.
The chair grants you additional 2 minutes, Mr. Speaker.
Maraming salamat. Okay. CONCON will not be able or wishful thinking to achieve the Constitution writing within a day. Wait lang. Okay. If I'm not mistaken, the Constitution will be revised within a day. Iyon ang sinasabi dito sa resolution or may order ang IVC na gawin ng Constitution within a day. Is it essay? Pwedeng gawin sa isang araw? At kung sabihin man natin na ang lahat ng mga GLC members during that particular day mag-conduct na mga hearings or recommendation from the stakeholders, How wishful thinking? How wishful thinking? Na mismo nga doon sa CONCON mismo, hindi nagkakandak ng hearing yung ibang mga committee. Committee na yun mismo na nagpapakandak hearing. How much more that the GLC itself, the membership itself, will try to conduct its hearing or recommendation from itself. Anong ipepresent mo? O ito po, may sinabi kasi si ano na ganito at ganyan. How are you going to, what is the process of admitting it as evidence? You know that the Constitution is very vital in the University Student Council because it will affect the very nature of the USC in the future. Nakakapagod mag-isip ng ganito. Number 5, ito nang sinasabi ko. Lack of processes might also endanger the next CBL and USC due to lack of recommendation and hearings. Ito na sinasabi ko. Ito na talagang sinasabi ko na if gagawin lang ang pagre-revise ng Constitution within the day, hindi tayo sabihin natin, well accomplished. Done. Job done. We are part of the Constitutional Convention. We have already adopted a new Constitution during our term. Tingnan mo ang fruit sa susunod. Are we proud of that? Number 6. The problem is the members, hindi ang sistema. Isipin mo, nakalagay sa baso juice. Ayaw mo pala ng juice, gusto mo pala ng tubig. So ano may problema? Ang tubig o ang baso? Logical thinking. Alam nga naman, basagin mo yung baso, mag-inom ka sa kamay mo.
Your time is up, Mr. Speaker. Thank you so much.
I'm sorry, Mr. Chair, but I'm walking out.
Thank you. A bit calmer approach would have been appreciated. First, half empty and half full.
Mr. Proponent,
Apologies, may I be recognized?
you are granted permission.
Thank you. Half empty and half full. That's half. Is 2 out of 8 committees half? That's barely 20% of the accomplishment. And take note, the resolution last year mandated us to have an output within the same academic year. And we failed to deliver. We failed to deliver. Let's admit that. My progress is permission to speak in vernacular.
Permission granted.
May progress. Pero, na-achieve ba yung goal? Ang sagot, hindi. Kasi klarong-klaro sa resolution na we are mandated to finish that in the same academic year. Actually, this resolution is just for formality because I respect Kuya Cedric so much. Because in my capacity as IVC, I can already not push through with this CONCON despite having not this resolution. Because the resolution last year clearly mandates that the output will be by the end of the academic year. And we failed to do that. And let us not burden the new members of the GLC with the horrors of... Excuse me? Aside from that, kanina kini-question yung generalization ng members. Yet, the good proponent of the CONCON himself generalized also the body that they were busy with the elections. That's why they were mistaken. Actually, he is mistaken. The CONCON will not, the proposal that I am having now will not happen in a single day. Ganito, the CONCON, the process of that was to have committee hearings before having a committee of the whole meeting, which will also happen in one day. So kumbaga, parallel lang naman yung CONCON last year and the easier process that we are vying for now. And hindi tayo delusional sa part na isang araw lang gagawin ng CONCON. And the good proponent himself even admitted na sa CONCON pa lang nga, hindi nagpa-participate ng hearing ang mga members. That's an admittal failure of the resolution. And this, I will demand each and every one of you this sense of responsibility. Because if we ourselves will be the ones to sit down with the CONCON, with this, repealing this, and then moving forward with an easier process. This is our responsibility. Ang nangyari kasi may mga overlap. We elected new set of officers from the CONCON last year. Tapos may officers din ng GLC. May ginawa bang officers ng GLC? Ang sagot, wala. Wala.
Mr. Speaker, your time is up.
And that, I hope I proved my point.
The honorable member who approached the mic will now be recognized.
So yun, magpapakilala muna ako. I am John Sander Bautista Aban, the Public Information Officer of the University Student Council in the present. And dati po, isa lamang akong estudyante ng kolehiyo ng Agampan Lipunan at Filosofiya. Actually, PIO po ako ng CSSP. And doon nalaman kong napasa yung resolution na babaguhin na, finally, ang Constitution ng University Student Council, which is deemed systematically failing the needs of the students in different factors, in different layers possible. We were so happy po. So right now, I will just say my disappointment because actually, repelling it may be the easiest way possible, but you have to assure us that it will deliver the same quality that the CONCON is promising us. Yun lang naman kasi po ang hinihingi ng dating CONCON president. 4 reasons. Before that, you have to understand yung pagsabi natin na burden ito ng past. Kasi tumakbo tayo dito with the purpose of wanting to radically change the mistakes of the past. Therefore, it is not the burden of the past, but the responsibility of the past, the present, for the future. How to accept that? Now, for the four points. Number 1, as a political sciences student po, naniniwala ako na super importante ng Constitution. Ang Constitution po ang fundamental paper na magpapatakbo sa lahat ng sistema na nasa University Student Council. And therefore, tamang-tama po si Kuya Cedric na maaapektuhan nito hindi lamang ang USC kundi ang lahat ng operations. Pangalawa, the context of the past CONCON administration may or may not be the same today. So tama po yung generalization na unproductive yung dati kasi nga intindihin natin na iba ang context ng nakaraan sa context na pwedeng maibigay ng mga sasali sa CONCON ngayon. Pangatlo, it cannot be rushed. So ayun, alam naman natin na maganda nga yung goal na kailangan matapos na ito kasi may urgency. Pero nga, yung goal cannot be rushed too. You need a thorough understanding of the layer by layer, even word by word na mangyayari sa bagong constitution kasi nga kailangan natin maging sensitive kasi even one single mistake sa wordings can affect everything. It may be a loophole. Kaya nga may committee for them to really analyze what will happen if you're going to operate doon sa constitution na bago. And pang-apat, ito yung pinaka-disappointed ako kasi sa CONCON po may sectoral representations. And sa maaring gawin na kung ano man ang alternatives, it may not be as effective kasi doon at least they have the legitimate voice to represent their sectors. For example, the LGBTQIA sectors, ngayon wala tayong UBO focusing on gender minorities. So kapag umupo tayo at papalitan ang constitution, sino ang legitimate voice na magsasabi ng hinaing ng estudyanteng mga bakla, mga bading? So ayun, kailangan nating intindihin na andun nga rin ang mga vice presidents for legislative excellence, andun sila as checks and balances dahil alam nila na very sensitive kapag binago mo ang constitution. So ayun lang naman, kaya naiintindihan ko bakit nag-walkout si Kuya Cedric at bakit super disappointed siya na even if there may be some failures because of a lot of context like elections, because we must admit that kasi yun naman talaga ang kultura sa Bicol University. You don't even need data to justify that because that is the accepted culture. So ayun, nag-walkout siya because it is a disrespect to the very purpose of the Constitutional Convention.
Your time is up, Mr. Speaker. Thank you.
Thank you. Once again,
Mr. Speaker,
may I be recognized?
you're recognized.
As early as I started my speech, I said that we will still be revamping the CONCON, the Constitution and bylaws. And allow me to use the words of the good author to respond to your speech. How idealistic. Sectoral representatives, let's talk about that. as a member of the CONCON myself, it took us weeks and weeks to wait for sectoral representatives to be filled. There was a lot of delays on the end, and ang dali lang natin sabihin na may sectoral representatives to be the voice of these people, but do we really understand if they're really doing their work? And us as GLC members, we are elected to be the voice regardless of what sector we came from. Ako, ikaw, tayo, pwede tayo mag-represent ng LGBTQ community because we are representatives of the student body. And, eto lang, hindi ba naiintindihan ng ating, eto na lang, since you said you are a pol-sci student, as a public ad student, I know how governance work. And we need efficient mechanisms to move forward. Our goal remains the same. Coordination meetings will still be there. Vice presidents will still be there. They will be invited. The GLC members just have to uphold their responsibility. Ano pa ang use ng majority floor leader in behalf of the CSCs? Ano pa ang use ng minority floor leader in behalf of the UBOs in its entirety to represent the student body if mag-a-add tayo ng another layer of bureaucracy? I repeat, I am on the same boat with you. I want to revamp the CBL and I want to do it. Tapos ano yung sinabi natin kanina? Paano naman yung mga gusto mag-CONCON member this year? Eh, nung nag-call for election ako, ang may gusto 10. Let's be realistic. Let's go out of our bubble. Please, let's help ourselves to get to our destination. And we need your political science mind to really help out. And thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Are there any speakers from the body?
Okay, Mr. Speaker, may I be recognized?
You are
Mr.
here-
Chair, I'm very sorry.
You're hereby recognized.
Okay, since this resolution is very important to all of us and it takes a lot of effort and discussion and deliberations, I move to have a modification into debates and deliberations with the principle of free debate and speech in this General Assembly into only 5 minutes, but a speaker can repeat in this podium to speak on behalf of the General Assembly. I so move, Mr. Chair.
Can you reiterate your motion?
I would like to move a modification of debate and discussion into 5 minutes, but a speaker can repeat for the discussion and deliberations for this General Assembly.
There's a motion to modify the time for our debates and discussion to 5 minutes and allow other members to repeat, having a repeated time on discussing in the body. Do I hear a second? Hereby seconded. Are there any questions from the body? Hearing none, let's proceed to the vote. Those who are in favor, please raise your hands. Sergeant at Arms, please facilitate. For negative votes, having seen the number of votes, we have 75 affirmative votes and 0 negative votes, so the motion is carried.
Okay, Mr. Chair, I would like to be recognized. Sorry.
The chair seeks a 5-minute suspension.
Mic test, mic test.
Order in this assembly. Thank you. The floor is now resumed for any deliberations and discussion from the body and the proponents. Thank you.
Okay, good afternoon. May I be recognized, Mr. Chair?
Yes, you're recognized.
Okay. Since I have a 5 minutes speech, right, manifestation for the resolution of repelling the CONCON itself. So I think I'll be starting my speech now. I think the members of General Assembly is can I speak in vernacular language, Mr. Speaker?
Permission granted.
Okay. Most of the members of the General Assembly right now is hindi alam ang CONCON na nangyayari kasi it was proposed and approved from the last academic year, and most of the chairpersons na andito is somehow intermediate in terms of going to repel or not. So I would like to give you a quick background of what could be happening in CONCON, since I'm also a member of that specific committee on suffrage. So number one is that ginawa ang CONCON kasi yun nga, aside from what the president of the former president of the CONCON said, that hindi lang siya nag-start from 2024. It was from 2020. It was given the idea na dapat systematically democratic processes na dapat ma-revamp or make a new revisions of the constitution and bylaws, and that is the very reason we have the CONCON. It was approved, it was amended with different sectoral representation that was proposed on that very day, that me, myself, and the other chairperson from different university-based organization collaborated with that specific sectoral representation at the very end of the day. That's why I would like just to give wag nating sabihin na walang kapasidad itong representation na to at the very end of the day, and bigyan lang ng power ang majority and minority leader in repelling and revamping and giving a resolution for this constitution to be revised. Because I myself right now, as your minority leader, I am not capable of talking to every university-based organization unlike before. I have the capacity. But right now, with the hectic schedule of my thesis, for example, in OGT or whatsoever, it is impossible, definitely. Even though we have a committee, for example, committee meetings, it will not be productive as it is. But what it could happen if we were not going to repel the CONCON? Number one, ladies and gentlemen, per committee, meron siyang progress na nangyayari. I am doubtful when the proponent itself, the secretary of the CONCON, is meron nakikitang unproductiveness. But let me tell you guys, other resolutions was filed in 2022, but just approved by the higher level of legislative sa processes is 2025. The very example for this is Mark Dominic Rivera when he proposed a resolution for gender reaffirming uniform and the anti-red tagging policy. Hindi yan agad-agad na edit sa isang sitting. That is correct when Cedric de los Santos told you guys that hindi lang yan kaya sa 1 to 2 meetings. Exactly. I would like also to commend, yun nga yung sinabi ni Mr. Speaker and Mr. Proponent, na unproductive talaga siya. But we need to consider that we are also students. We're not all the time in a university-based organization working. Because I myself, in Bicol University Philo Society, we have the culture that before midterm and before finals, 2 weeks before that, no delegation policy of work even to my exicom. And that is true. When you search the Bicol University Philo Society page, meron lang kami mga share posted, but wala kaming pinapa-approve na mga activity or delegation from my members. So for this rebellion, sana siguro to the respective General Legislative Assembly member, we would like to consider that kung meron na sana tayong chance when the secretary became the IBC and pinagpatuloy niya tong kind of idea, the CONCON, to convene, since he has also the power right now at this very moment, siguro meron na yung progress na nangyayari, right? So, unlike repelling it, we could just have it like another advice, like parang mag ano ulit ng mga members or officers that was disclosed by the good proponent, Mr. De Los Santos, na hindi siya i-dissolve. I-dissolve lang ang member ng CONCON this year because may mga member such as the former chairperson of BU Sosog, Richie, nag-graduate na siya. So, wala na silang pakialam. Basically, since wala na silang jurisdiction on this constitution and bylaws, wala na silang pakialam kung anong mangyayari dito sa CONCON. So we have the power from the second year, third year, fourth year. We have the power to legislate what could happening on the internal factors that could actually affect this constitution and bylaws. With all those reasons, I hope you all get the manifestation that I'm delivering. Thank you so much.
Mr.
Thank you,
Chair,
Mr. Speaker.
may I be recognized?
Yes, you're recognized.
Allow me first to clear my standing on this. Apologies for the behavior I've shown earlier. It was unnecessary. Frankly, everyone, first thing, from being secretary of the CONCON to being an IVC, yes, I understand. I had the power to continue with the CONCON. And I did. I tried, and I called for nominations. The turnout was very low. Next, we had an agreement. Nag-agree tayo sa discussion natin ngayon na we are still students. We are busy, we have our own schedules, and we are occupied with so many things. And in that sense, yes, the CONCON had some steps forward, but if we let this really stay on our plate, it will be very difficult. Why? First, precedence. The resolution that I am proposing now is to repeal the CONCON. What does that mean? We stop and rethink our way forward. Yun lang. Wala pang proposed mechanism. Why? Kasi ang sinite ko dito is what is constitutionally right, which is yung Article 17, Amendments and Revisions of the USC-CBL. In that specific article, it is very clear paano i-amend dapat ang CBL. And frankly, it's the mistake of the previous term to approve a resolution that was unconstitutional in the first place. Because the amendments and revisions stated, that's very simple lang. Ang nakalagay po sa USC-CBL na means to amend and revise the CBL is to have a session dedicated for the CBL. Pero hindi tayo simple thinking na yung araw lang na yun lang din yung gagalaw tayo. And I do not agree with the idea that you are putting me in a place where as if I won't provide sectoral representatives, vice presidents, a seat on the table. Because that is the direction that we are heading. If we approve this resolution, we stop first. We rethink, we regain our direction. And as Chief Legislative Officer, that is my concern, how we set the direction of this council. With this, if we approve repealing this, we go back to reviewing really the steps forward because the Constitution itself outlines a proper means of how the CONCO, how the CBL will be revised and amended. And that is the direction of the USC now. Kaya nga rectify din natin yung USC fee kasi it does not align with the CBL. Yun lang naman. That's as simple as that. But as simple as this idea may sound, proper guidelines will follow. Proper coordination with all of you, with all sectors, will follow. And I am accountable for that. You have my word. And your participation will matter. So again, what the resolution's goal is, the purpose to repeal the CONCON. We stop first, look at the CBL, and see yung process na nandoon. And with that, I would like to call for the previous question because I believe we've already discussed a lot, and it so that in the spirit of time, since we have already malapit na mag 3 p.m., I move to call for the previous question.
Mr. Chair, point of inquiry. Parliamentary inquiry, Mr. Chair. We already had a motion for modifying the deliberation and debates. It should not be abolished at this very end because we had a majority rule for that. So be it.
Mr. Chair, may I be recognized?
The motion made by the honorable proponent, the call to the previous question, is of higher precedence than of the modification of the time. So we are going to entertain the motion called upon by our proponent. There's a motion.
Mr. Chair,
May you reiterate?
since one more from the floor has expressed interest, I will no longer respond to the manifestation. I would like to withdraw my motion and just proceed with the discussion that we are having.
Withdrawal accepted. The deliberation and discussions will continue. Thank you.
Mr. Chair, may I be recognized?
Yes, you are recognized.
Okay. I commend the University Student Council in pushing for the revision of the CBL because in our time, the CBL of the USC is not existing. Sorry, medyo matanda na po ako. 2010 pa po ako graduate ng BU. So nagbabalik. However, let's go back. Sabi nga sa amin sa College of Law, plain reading of the Constitution. What are the ways to amend and revise the Constitution? It's clear in our CBL. It's very clear. There is no such thing as constitutional convention in our amendments and revision. May I reiterate? The Constitution may be revised with the concurrence of 3/4 majority vote of all the regular members of the GLC. Section 3. All members as defined in Article 3. What is Article 3? All members specifically points to all the students of the university. Okay. I've heard in the past or the Constitutional Convention, you have you have posted a Google Drive, am I right? For those revision that is proposed by students. Am I right or wrong? So, there are already amendments from the student, right? So why not present it to a meeting called for the purpose of proposing amendments to the Constitution by a 2/3 vote of all members present in the Congress? So it means that you can only present amendments or call for amendments if the General Legislative Council calls for it with a 2/3 vote. It doesn't mean you have to constitute a constitutional convention. It's so easy. Present the students the CBL per college. Per college student council, collect the revision or the amendments or the proposals. Then present it here at the GLC for us to vote on it, to debate and to reject it. That's the simple way on how we can amend and revise our constitution and bylaws. That's my manifestation. Thank you.
Thank you. From the honorable speaker, do you have a motion? Hearing none,
Mr. Chair, I would like to be recognized.
you are hereby recognized.
Okay. Since I am not that knowledgeable in terms of the constitutionality of the CONCON itself, but I am very certain, Mr. Speaker, the President of the College of Law, before the resolution itself proposed in the General Legislative Assembly from the last academic year, and it was approved by the General Assembly itself by the representation of the people, of the students, of different different student council in different campuses and different colleges. I do believe that the CONCON itself, when it was ratified from third reading, is still in the process and still valid until now, not unless it was repelled by our good speaker. If this is very problematic on our end, and now it's consuming our time, and it's not on our end, it felt like very vague pa yung gustong mangyari ng General Legislative Assembly for this. I would like to move, if it's possible, I would like to move this resolution, lay on the table so that we could actually give a more productive and make sense of the resolution at hand, and be guided with the Constitution and bylaws and the Constitutional Convention resolution that was approved by the GA. Now, with your consent, with the consent of the General Assembly, with this, not yet, kung baga, yung palaging sinasabi natin, hilaw pa yung resolution na to. Madami pang discussion na pwedeng idaan. Kung nagkaroon ng ganitong repelled of the CONCON, dapat nag-usap na sana muna ng matino in conversational well. Si Mr. IBC, who is the author of this resolution and the president of that, the president or the author of that CONCON, so that nagkaroon sila ng negotiation, internal conversation, and before the author, good author, make a resolution that is being presented in our General Legislative Assembly. Ladies and gentlemen, and the Filipino nation, I would like to move this resolution, lay on the table so that we could move progressively in this General Legislative Assembly. And so that move.
There's a motion to lay the resolution number 5 series of 2025 to table. Do I hear a second? Are there any questions? Hearing none, let's proceed to the voting. Those who are in favor, please raise your hand. Sergeant at Arms, please facilitate the counting of votes. Those who are not in favor, please raise your hand. In light with the voting, we have 60 affirmative votes and 6 negative votes. Therefore, the motion is adopted.
Mr. Chair, one last manifestation.
You are recognized, Mr. Speaker.
Honestly, I feel so defeated because the way forward that we want is obvious. It's what is aligned in the Constitution. And it saddens me na parang it was said in front of all of you that I did not reach out to the CONCON president. As a matter of fact, I did. Let's not make that assumption. I said to him that I will repeal the CONCON. I talked to him. Then, sabi niya, pwede naman daw. Then, binigyan niya ako ng options na either to amend the current composition of the CONCON, to proceed with it, or to do the thing that I view will be most helpful for all of us. So please, let's not make that generalization. I did not appreciate that at all. Kasi if the good president himself is clear that he wants to make me understand that the CONCON is still needed, the moment that I said to him na I want to repeal the CONCON, he should have responded to me the points that he said earlier and not walk out on me. That's why we're having this dialogue. And the mere fact that they are walking out, that someone is validating that walkout, hurts me. Because we all are on the same boat. We want to revise the CBL, and I do not want to look like the enemy here. Mind you, the moment that we pursue this CONCON, if we do not reach quorum, if the members here that voted to continue with the CONCON doesn't participate, the accountability lies in each and every one of us. And I hope that your conscience will speak to you and will really work, because that's favorable to my end as Chief Legislative Officer. I will bow down to the will of this assembly, but I need you on the same boat. Since the body now agreed that we lay that on the table first, and we take up more time regarding that, then so be it. But all of you in this very room are accountable. And please, uphold your duties. Because ang dali lang magsabi na maganda ang CONCON, pero yung mag-participate, I don't know. So I hope, let's do our best for the students. And with that, thank you so much.
Thank you so much, Mr. Speaker. This chair relinquishes his position back to the internal vice chairperson.
Thank you so much for that. Proceeding to our last resolution in this order of business, we have Resolution number 6, Series of 2025, a resolution establishing the Bicol University Commission on Student Extension.
Good afternoon, everyone. With all the catastrophic and chaotic things that happened, I hope you can still entertain my resolution. Regardless, I hope that the General Legislative Council right now is much more open with a resolution that will exceed, transcend, and go beyond to the community. And with that, I am proud to propose a resolution establishing the Bicol University Commission on Student Extension, authored by yours truly, the Deputy Secretary General, and the External Vice Chairperson, Aizal Manata, and our extension practitioner and soon-to-be extensionalist, Miles Valladolid. So, to read the resolution, whereas achieving the Sustainable Development Goals by 2030 is not just a global responsibility, it is a moral imperative for universities which serve as the heart of innovation, societal transformation. As centers of knowledge and influence, universities have the unique power to drive meaningful change through research, community engagement, and the cultivation of future leaders. Whereas, by actively aligning with the SDGs, a university not only strengthens its academic mission, but also fulfills its duty to address urgent global challenges such as the climate change, inequality, poverty, and the access to quality education. Attaining these goals by 2030 is essential to ensure that higher education remains relevant, impactful, and committed to building a more just, inclusive, and sustainable world for current and future generations. Whereas, Bicol University as a premier institution of academic excellence and service, holds a profound responsibility not only of shaping the intellectual capacities of its students, but also in extending knowledge, empowerment, and compassion to the broader community. Through its community extension programs, the university fulfills its mandate under Republic Act number 5521 of the CHED Memorandum, which emphasizes its commitment to delivering extension services that contribute to the sustainable and inclusive development. Whereas the Bicol University, through its Extension Management Division, recognizes the importance of student participation and extension programs and community development initiatives in line with its mandate to serve as a responsive and relevant institution of higher learning. Whereas the extension work is one of the core functions of the university alongside instruction and research, and must be strengthened through active in student engagement, leadership, and innovation. Whereas there is a need to establish Bicol University Commission on the Student Extension that will serve as the official coordinate, managing, and lobbying body of all student extension activities, ensuring that the student initiatives are recognized, monitored, and aligned with the university goals and national development priorities. Whereas the University Student Council, the College Student Councils, shall form the foundational membership of the USEC, of the University Commission and Extension. Mali po. With the option of other recognized, accredited or re-accredited student organization, such as the university-based organization, the CBOs and DBOs, to apply for affiliation to participate in extension activities. Whereas the Bicol University Extension Management Division shall serve as the primary managing and supervising agency of the Bicol University Commission and Student Extension with support with the National Service Training Program or the NSTP and other institutional partners. Whereas the Council shall also welcome partnerships with non-governmental organizations, civic groups, and other external stakeholders through memorandum of agreement to strengthen and expand extension initiatives. Whereas the establishment and activities of the Commission are aligned with the United Nations Sustainable Development Goals, particularly the SDG 3, the SDG 4, SDG 5, SDG 10, 11, 13, and 17. Now, therefore, be it resolved, as it is hereby resolved, that the Bicol University Commission and Student Extension be formally created with the following objectives: to coordinate, recognize, and manage all student extension initiatives within Bicol University, to lobby for policies, resources, and institutional support that will strengthen student involvement in extension programs, to apply student research and translate it to sustainable long-term programs, to serve as a platform for student organizations, to collaborate on extension activities in alignment with the SDGs, Bicol University Extension Agenda, and the National Development Priorities, to establish partnership with NGOs, LGUs, and the other external institutions in pursuit of sustainable community development through student engagement, to institutionalize a reporting, monitoring, and evaluation mechanism for student extension activities. Be it further resolved, the Bicol University Commission and Student Extension shall be composed of key student extensionalists, the University Student Council, the College Student Councils, affiliated organization, organized and accredited or re-accredited student organizations that signify intent to join and be accredited by the Council. Be it further resolved that the Council officer shall be as follows: Overall Commissioner, Commissioner from the Student Extensionalist, Commissioner from the USC, Commissioner from NSRC, Secretary General, Publicity Officer, Project Development Officer. Be it further resolved that the officers of the Commission on Student Extension shall be elected through a general election of student extensionists to be participated in by and recognized extension-involved students across the university. The election shall be managed and supervised by the University Student Council in coordination with the Bicol University Extension Management Division to ensure transparency, inclusivity, and fairness. Be it resolved that the fund of the Commission on Student Extension shall be derived from the University Student Council and partner organization, subjected to standard and comprehensive auditing process of the university and other concerned offices. Resolved further that the Commission shall operate under the supervision of the BU EMD in close coordination with the NSTP and partnership with recognized extension collaborators. Resolved finally that this resolution shall take effect immediately upon its adoption and approval. With all that being said, Mr. Chair, I move for the adoption of this resolution number 6, series of 2025 in its first reading. To move the for the adoption of this resolution number 6, series of 2025, a resolution establishing the Bicol University Commission on Student Extension in its first reading.
Thank you for that, good proponent. There is a motion to adopt Resolution number 6 of 2025, a resolution establishing the Bicol University Commission on Student Extension on its first reading. Is there any second? Motion has been seconded. Is there any discussion? Hearing none, let's proceed to voting. Those who are in favor of adopting Resolution number 6 of 2025 in its first reading, please raise your hand. Thank you. Kindly lower your hands. Those who are against the motion, please raise your hand. Madam Secretary.
There are 64 affirmative votes and 0 negative votes.
With 64 affirmative votes, the motion to adopt Resolution number 6, series of 2025 is carried. On its first reading is carried. Proceed.
Mr. Chair, may I be recognized?
Yes, you are recognized.
I move to dispense the reading of the resolution number 6, a resolution establishing the Bicol University Commission of Student Extension in its second reading.
There is a motion to dispense the reading proper of resolution number 6, series of 2025 in its second reading. Is there any second? Motion has been seconded. Is there any discussion? Hearing none, let's proceed to voting. Those who are in favor of dispensing the reading proper of resolution number 6, series of 2025 in its second reading, please say aye. Those who are against the motion, please say nay. The ayes have it. The motion to dispense the reading proper of resolution number 6, series of 2025 in its second reading is carried. Proponent?
Okay, I will start first by a manifestation, Mr. Chair. May I be recognized, Mr. Chair?
Yes, you are recognized.
I will start first, Mr. Chair, and the honorable body of the General Legislative Council from saying that I'm a bit disappointed by the people who don't raise their hand during the first reading, because this resolution is a fruit of a time, effort, love, and compassion towards the community. The university has been recognized. History can attest that the university has been served from the medieval up until to the Athenians level of our time, of historical time frame, as an ivory of tower. Whereas only those people who are at the university are untouchable, unrecognized, and being delineated and ostracized, the minorities, and even the community. For me, it is high time for us to serve the community, to touch the community, and to be with its ground. I think the matter here is we're only active during catastrophic disruption, during pandemonium era, such as typhoons. But these are not credible. These are not creditable by the Extension Management Division. We only prioritize community extension when there is disaster, when there is a need for it, when there's a necessity for it. But we never view it as something as serious, as something that we demand as a student, as a scholar ng bayan. I think it is high time for us, this specific General Legislative Council, to be as the mantralize, realize, and even humanize humanity inside and outside the university. It is a shame for us to be called the scholar ng bayan without even forming first the Bicol University Commission on its student extension. Actually, this is not a loss if this is not going to be approved by those people who are against with it, not because they don't see it as something as important, as something as life-changing, but this is not a loss because we already have an approval coming from the Extension Management Division. What we just want is to be institutionalized this Commission on Student Extension here in the General Legislative Council, because for the reason that most or majority of the members of this Extension Commission will come from the General Legislative Council. And I myself has been part, with all these people who can be a narrative of everyone's shoes, I myself did that. I've been part of the publication, of the CACIPI publication, when I was in my first year, and university-based organization and college student council. So,
Ms. Elson Olanderia, we have a limited time, so kindly wrap up your manifestation for the remaining 1 minute, and we can proceed to a motion that you may raise moving forward.
Okay.
Please wrap up.
With all that, this resolution is already ready. We already crafted the implementing rules and procedures of this resolution. So this is really for actualization. So if we can present, at least wrap up the implementing rules and procedures of this resolution, can we do that?
Please observe proper decorum as we wait for the technical team.
Okay, we will just scroll it down for the perusal, for the eyes of each and every one. So that will be the implementing rules and procedures of the University Extension Council. For the last time, we already had the Commu series. It is a launching of this initiative, and because ang gusto kasi namin mangyari is both sa implementing and sa legislative aspect, both institutionalized siya. And it will be welcome in that both aspect by the Bicol University. So with that, Mr. Chair, I move for the adoption of this resolution number 6, series of 2025, a resolution for Bicol University Commission on Student Extension on its second reading.
Thank you for that, proponent. There is a motion to adopt Resolution Number 6, Series of 2025 on its second reading. Is there any second? Motion has been seconded. Is there any further discussion? Hearing none, let's proceed to voting. Those who are in favor of the motion to adopt Resolution Number 6, Series of 2025 in its second reading, please raise your hand. Thank you. Please lower your hands. Those who are against the motion to adopt Resolution Number 6, Series of 2025 in its second reading, please raise your hand. Madam Secretary, please announce the votes.
There are 76 affirmative votes and 0 negative votes.
With 76 affirmative votes, the motion to adopt Resolution Number 6, Series of 2025 in its second reading is carried. Proponent?
Mr. Chair, may I be recognized?
Yes, you are recognized.
I move to dispense the reading of the Resolution Number 6, a resolution establishing the Bicol University Commission on Student Extension on its third reading.
Thank you. There is a motion to dispense the reading proper of Resolution Number 6, Series of 2025 in its third and final reading. Again, there is a motion to dispense the reading proper of Resolution Number 6, Series of 2025 in its third and final reading. Is there any second? Motion has been seconded. Is there any discussion? Hearing none, let's proceed to voting. Those who are in favor of dispensing the reading proper of Resolution Number 6, Series of 2025 in its third and final reading, please say aye. Those who are against the motion, please say nay. The ayes have it. The motion to dispense the reading proper of Resolution Number 6, Series of 2025 in its third and final reading is carried. Proponent?
Mr. Chair, I move for the ratification and adoption of this Resolution Number 6, Series of 2025, a resolution establishing the Bicol University Commission on Student Extension on its third reading.
Thank you. There is a motion to adopt Resolution Number 6, Series of 2025, a resolution establishing the Bicol University Commission on Student Extension in its third and final reading. Is there any second? Motion has been seconded. Is there any further discussion?
Just a point of information, Mr. Chair.
Please proceed.
Mr. Chair, may be recognized.
Yes, you're recognized.
A point of information, Mr. Chair. We would just like to request from the honorable proponent to please disseminate a copy of that should have disseminated a copy of that earlier since parang ang nangyari permission to speak in vernacular.
Yes, you may.
Parang ang nangyari, may nagkaroon ng mga hesitations dito sa ating body given that nakita lang nila yung resolution. But parang yun nga, hindi naman nila din pala alam ng other members na meron palang ginawang implementing rules and regulations yung ating honorable proponent. So, parang ganun po yun nangyari. So, this honorable representation seeks the authors to furnish a copy for the members of the General Legislative Council for information. That will be all, Mr. Chair. Thank you.
Thank you. The good proponent wish to respond.
Mr. Chair, may I be recognized in response to the...
Yes, you are already recognized.
Okay. So just for clarification, the reason why we created an implementing rules and procedure for this resolution, for this specific resolution, is because I myself, I was the former Secretary General of Bicol University Pre-Law Society. We are one of the proponent of the comprehensive anti-red tagging, our organization. And one of the reasons why it is not being passed through the step of ladder and hierarchy of offices is because of its lack of implementing rules and procedures. Pasiguro lang siya if ever hanapan kami sa resolution na ito. Because a resolution is just a piece of paper. Without its mechanism and its procedures, it is invalid and it cannot be actualized and realized. That's all.
Thank you for that. That point of information is noted, and the authors of this resolution is instructed to provide the Assembly with a copy of the IRR as presented. Moving back to our pending motion, again, the motion is to adopt the resolution number 6, series of 2025, a resolution establishing the Bicol University Commission on Student Extension on its third and final reading. Is there any further discussion? Hearing none, let's proceed to voting. Those who are in favor of adopting resolution number 6, series of 2025 in its third and final reading, please raise your hand. Please lower your hands. Those who are against the motion, please raise your hand. Madam Secretary.
There are 70 affirmative votes and 0 negative votes.
With 70 affirmative votes, resolution number 6, series of 2025, a resolution establishing the Bicol University Commission on Student Extension is approved on its third and final reading. The good proponent.
Okay. Another trivia pa rin kung bakit kami gumawa ng student extension is some of the colleges, especially the college student council, they don't know their flagship program. Like for example, sa CSSP, ang flagship program nila sa extension is KUGOS. And iba-iba yon. Because you cannot create extension, for example, CSSP ka, magkapa-medical mission ka, or magkapa-medical mission ka, or magkapa-psycho-intervention ka. That must be aligned to your college. And that is the prayer purpose of this extension, extension council. So, extension commission. So I'm so happy because this is not just for all of us, but this is for the community that we will want to serve and to amplify. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much. Next on our agenda is other matters, but since no other matters were raised on the order of business earlier, let's have the announcement from our Secretary General.
Good afternoon, honorable members of this assembly. Before you leave the venue, you may get your certificate of appearance right there on the table sa my door. And please fall in line for the dissemination to be smooth and efficient. Thank you, guys. Thank you.
Additional announcement regarding the committees for the CSC representatives present here. Since there are already officers from the GLC, expect that in the coming week, we will be having a proper instruction to the CSC representatives as to the election of their committee heads so that we can move forward with our GLC this academic year. That said, having all matters resolved or tabled by this honorable legislature, the first General Legislative Council meeting for academic year 2025-2026 is now adjourned at exactly 3:32 of afternoon. Thank you so much and congratulations.
I hopped off the plane at LAX with a dream, my cardigan. Welcome to the land of fame excess. Am I gonna